Ja, noch mache ich. Oi, oi, oi. Schon eine, ich weiß noch nicht für wahr.
folgenden Spieler bitte beim Desk melden. Pascal Hauswirt, Dominik Niederberger, Andreas Moser, Thomas Züger, Skodan Mamuti, Dario Osta, Mario Osta, Felipe Simonesch und Fernando Migliore. Bitte beim Desk melden. Zeit 6 Minuten, sonst werdet ihr aus dem Turnier gestrichen. Letzte Gelegenheit für die folgenden Spieler. Andreas Moser, Thomas Züger, Dario Osta, Mario Osta, Felipe Simonesch und Fernando Migliore. Bitte beim Desk melden, sonst werdet ihr aus dem Turnier gestrichen. So, die Spielpläne sind erstellt und werden in den nächsten 2 Minuten auf dem Tablet sein. In der Gruppe 1 spielt Laurin Feld noch für David Furimann. Gruppe 3 ist eine Dreiergruppe. Gruppe 6 Gruppe 6, Sud, Sven G.
Ça c'est encore. Ouais, non, je me suis trompé sur un c'est pas grave.
C'est pas grave, son trompe. Ouais.
21h, je suis là.
34. Pour le premier match, c'est 16.
16.
Ça chauffe.
Combien?
Hello and welcome back to SDC Tour Event 8. We're here for the group stage. Yesterday we had a relatively strong day of spears from lots of different players. Stefan Belmont surviving 4 match darts in the quarter-final against Lucas Daumann, but eventually coming through, beating Felix Schötz 6-3 in the semi-final and Roger Hertig 7-1 in the final. For this group stage, we're going to be looking at Group 12. So Matthias Apist, Stefan Dudulensky, Ferenc Krech, and Mark Inhelder. Trav, how do you see this group stage lining up?
Good morning, James, and good morning, everybody. Yeah, it's a lesser-known group than yesterday's group. Obviously, we had an array of talent in yesterday's group stage. We had Stefan Belmont, of course, our event winner. We had Stefan Biss, who was slightly unfortunate not to go through. Mark Michel took the last place in yesterday's group stage. But 3 players that we know relatively little about. Mark and Helen being the only name that catches the eye, and perhaps not for darting reasons there. Yeah, so I wouldn't really like to put any predictions really on who'll top and who'll bottom the group.
So,
You
die
suspect Mark
Gruppe 6 ist auch eine Dreiergruppe. Ernst Sulz, Sven Ewald und Maurizio Krasovicci.
Mark Inhelder obviously never getting out of a group stage
No.
of an SDC event, so this is going to be a tough ask for him. The relatively group.
Luis Camacho, Gruppe 8.
if he wins a game, it will be a celebration.
He's won games in the SDC before, but only against like Jean
Auch eine
and
Dreiergruppe.
Sure.
Yeah.
Maybe he's got better. Who knows?
He's winning the FA Cup, not the Premier League, is
Yeah.
what I would say.
Right.
But I think in terms of the sheer quantity of quality players, we have got quite a few today. Stefan Belmont, Marcel Wolfen, Marco Obst, Annie Bless is back, Felix Schötz, Jochen Graflin, Guga yesterday.
Geiger, of course, as well.
Yeah, Sven Geiger. Number 1 seed today, Lucas Daumann, who almost beat Belmont yesterday. Mark Bichel, Zivanovic, Ansh Sood, Camacho, Brighton Moser, Shokodan Mamouti, Christoph Schumann, Zaki Juli. The list goes on and on and on.
Yeah. And of course, great to see 128 players today. Of course, the full capacity for SDC tournaments. We were looking at shy numbers yesterday, weren't we? I think we had 112 participants yesterday, which means some groups, of course, have to be groups of 3 rather than 4. But it's good that all the group stage games will be one match against each other and finishing at the same time.
One man that we saw yesterday that obviously didn't perform as well as we know he can perform and has been performing like this for the majority of the year is Rocco Fulciniti. In this draw at the moment, he's currently seeded at 28 after 8 events. Do you think that's a fair comparison of where his game's at, or do you think he's better than the likes of, obviously Joel Stauffer, Stephen Wilkinson, Mika Pfluger, Lee Macker, lots of players that are above him? Is that a sign of where he's at the moment with his darting game?
I'd like to say Rocco's just been a little bit unlucky. He's run into a couple of good performances in early draws and just not had the rub of the green. But there's now been 7 completed tour events and Rocco has not made a quarter-final or beyond. I think the cream would rise to the top if the ability was still there, if the hunger was still there, if his ability over the field was that clear. But I think it is a reflection of where Rocco's game is right now. He's not in the top 10 players in the SDC. Is he in the top 20 players in the SDC? That's kind of the secondary question. And given his ceiling of 23, 24 today, I think that's a fair reflection of his game right now.
That guy's using some target darts there. Similar to those Rainbow Van Barneveld style, very flippy ones. We aren't quite familiar with these players yet, but we will do as we see the names go up on the screen.
Looks like a German Scott Mitchell.
I think a bit of Steve West in him as well.
Oh, okay. Looks like a bit of Scott Mitchell as well.
Very much resembles Steve West, except with a full head of hair.
Make your own minds up at home. Google Scott Mitchell and Steve West and see which one you think he's more resemblant of.
I think he changed the order just to make sure. Tell him that I think he changed.
Looking at the players that we've got in the group here, there's a lot of spray in the throws. There's not some great darts yet.
Maybe still you.
Had a chance of one.
Mark and Elder certainly has.
Scorekeeper.
To say relatively, the ability in this group might not be
We wait for players.
high 50
Mark and
range of the spectrum. Mark is involved in a lot of darts, playing a lot of darts, watching a lot of darts. I know there's no substitute for good technique and good hard practice, but I dare say Mark is playing more darts than a couple of players in this group. I thought you might have changed your mind on Mark's ability to progress.
Obviously, that could be the seeded player. We don't know who the seeded player is yet.
No.
Lots of games getting away around the boards. First leg of the day goes to Fabian Fjord.
Of course, we have a slightly earlier start on a Sunday, don't we? 11 o'clock Swiss time.
One person we've not spoken about really that much, considering how strong his run was yesterday. The man who made the final for the first time on the SDC. Trav, what do you think?
Yeah,
Roger Hertig.
Roger Hertig. We need to talk about that semi-final game against Fabian Liemacher. 5-3 down, reeled off 3 legs in a row, and beat Fabian Liemacher in the last leg, decided to get there. Obviously, the final didn't pan out as he would have liked. But to hold his nerve, obviously, at this point he'd already knocked out 2 former winners. We saw that game against Arsenal Walton in our live stream, and he was comfortably the better player. So yeah, exciting stuff from Roger Hertig, and hopefully not the last we'll see of him in the latter stages of these SDC tournaments.
Also, Walton taking the opening leg against Remo Kaiser.
Should we just have a little assessment of some of these groups?
JD Belhanda representing under the Filipino flag today, I see. Oh, Lauren Fent is involved as well.
Got Barry Nelson back again in group 3. Hopefully he'll have a slightly more profitable day than yesterday. Good quality group there, yes. Group 7, Sven Gewalt, Ant Schuden, Maurizio Castrovinci. Oh my goodness, we have a returning player to the SDC, a fan favourite, it must be said, and a much improved player to be at Plus. He's back. He's been absent for a little while, keeping our eyes on Group 5 very closely with the Plus in there.
Some very good standard players in Group AF. Sven Gewalt, Schudi and
Yeah, just mentioned that. Again, another brilliant group below it with Daniel Burkhart, Groudens and yesterday's quarter-finalist Matej Pipic.
Yeah. Some very good standard all around the board. Lots of familiar names. Luis Camacho, David Zing,
Yeah.
Yannick Galudian with Felix Schiertz.
There's several competitive groups here, isn't there, just as we're scrolling along. Liam Noble Lawrence here again, of course, today.
Found himself in quite a nice group, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd say so too.
This group that we're about to watch, we've got 4 different nationalities. Matthias Pitts from Germany, Ferenc Krenc from Hungary and Stefan Dudlensky from Bulgaria.
Stefan Dudlensky could be from Switzerland or from Bulgaria.
On Darts Connect for us, we're seeing that he's Bulgarian, but never know. Confirm that for you shortly. This is a very strong player here, Michael Wodacek. Good player. He's going to be a tough one to beat. I think he should come out on top in Group AN. Should have enough for René Soler and JD Bolhander. JD Bolhander, of course, only needed to beat René Soler to qualify for the group for the first time.
He was 2 legs away from qualifying yesterday. That was really exciting.
Some very steady spears here from the lads on the screen. A few trebles creeping into the game. It'll be slightly too much for Mark and Helder. Marco Obst in with Cedric Lehmann, Thomas Whistler and Joel Rappo. Christoph Schumann in with Stefan Belmont. That'll be a cracking game. Angela Hediger in with Daniel von Orman and Roger Tuscher. One who's going to come out of that group in second place.
Argon Sant returning today, of course. Make a couple of quarterfinal appearances this year.
One player I've been slightly disappointed with this year, Mika Plugiger.
He's been very disappointing this year, yeah. Of course, he'll be looking for a big run today. Only takes one deep run, of course, doesn't it, to turn your fortunes around, turn your seeding around. Uni Bath has had a pretty big decline since the SDC Tour finals. Obviously seeded 25th for the Tour finals this year. Hasn't really managed to get a win under his belt this year. Hopefully he can change his form around. Yeah, we talked about this briefly last time, James, didn't we, in SDC Tour Event 6. This new rule with the bull-offs in the SDC, that when they miss a 25 or bullseye, they're re-throwing. What's your thoughts on that? Do you like it as a rule?
Personally not, just because I feel like the players some of the players aren't at that quality yet, and I think it denies them if they've thrown a good dart towards the bullseye. If it's just outside, they're not getting any reward for it. As we do see a 25 hit there, but I suppose it's the way in the professional way, and that's the route that the SDC want to go down.
Yep.
There's a brother off in Group BF, Joel Stauffer and Sasha Stauffer. Wouldn't like to be playing against your brother. I feel like it adds even that extra bit of pressure.
I hope there isn't some game manipulation if they need a certain outcome to both go through there.
Very true.
As we get underway, and it's Stefan Dudlensky who'll be throwing first. And our first look at the two men's throwers. There's Matthias Appitz.
Good steady ton there.
Yeah, good steady ton. Nice kind of controlled throw from Matthias. A little bit more snatchy from Stefan.
Matthias is obviously the seeded player in the group.
I think you could probably tell that by his throw. We'll see how this game develops, but my first thoughts is he has the more control of the two players.
His fan favourite JD Bolhander goes 1-0 up. Opportunity to get out the group here for JD if he can put a 3-0 win over René Soler, almost confirming his spot in that knockout round. Marcel Gugas Gavolt getting underway very nicely. Mika Fluger again, averaging 44 against Enrico Rosling.
Felix Schötz, our first winner. SDC Tour Event 8, wrapping up a 3-0 victory over Remo von Aritz.
Very good player is Felix Schötz. Nice to see the return of Alexander Sifanovic, 1-0 up on Hugo Bestgart.
Just came a little bit unstuck yesterday, Felix. But Stefan just had too much for him on a very regular basis. Every leg, you just felt towards the end of that game, Felix was just under pressure, feeling the heat.
Rocco Fortuniti currently averaging 94 against Luigiano Gasparina from his own nation of Italy.
He wraps up a 3-0 victory, averaging 87.
Very steady stuff. Mark Bichel 2-0 up. Andy Bless in a bit of a tussle with Christian Arnold.
Yeah.
Of course, finalist yesterday, of course.
I think he's a bit of a slow starter, traditionally, Andy Bless. I've never seen him come out of the group stage and lay down a real statement of 80 average, 90 average. I think he always tends to be a man who just does enough to win the game.
When he came onto the tour, he was very, very strong at the start. Would you say he's come a bit more staccato recently?
Good question. Obviously, we watched a lot of Andy Bless in his early weekends and his, I suppose, around the time of his debut, he was someone who burst onto the scene. We've seen less and less of him on our live stream coverage. One, because he's playing fewer events, and two, because he hasn't been making the same amount of semis and finals. So really, to have a good look at his throw, I haven't closely seen it in the last couple of months.
Been impressed with Lucas Downman's averages.
Oh yeah, he's had a great start to 2023, hasn't he?
Up there, averaging the 80s, like 81 there, was it? A 3-0 win?
Yeah.
Very steady stuff.
He's regularly averaged over 80, I would say, in the last 3 months. I'd say probably double figures games-wise that he's averaged those sort of numbers.
Stefan Dudlensky is playing the sort of level that I expect Malkin Helder to come at the moment, so that's going to be an important game between the two of them for that 2nd/3rd place spot.
Yeah, Stefan's grouping's been okay. He just sort of hasn't got the just rewards, really, has he?
Let's just see Matthias Apist check out double 12 there to take the opening leg. What do you think of the fist bumping? They all seem to do it, and it's something that's obviously not a thing in the UK, but very common here in Switzerland.
I don't really understand it, if I'm honest, James. We're in the middle of a competitive fixture of darts, the first game in the group. These two players, I dare say, won't know each other and will want to be getting one over on the opposition. Is there a need to sort of break that competitive streak, that flow of the game, and sort of distract yourself with these like social trivialities? I don't know. I don't think so. But you're right, they all seem to do it. One man who's come out firing this Sunday is Sven Geiger, averaging over 100. Currently leading 2-0 against Yves Stauffer. Another Stauffer in the field.
Lots of Stauffers here today. I think there's 3 brothers. 4 brothers.
More Stauffers or Stackers in the field today? What do you think?
All stackers. There's a lot of dirty stackers in the SDC. One of my favourite dirty stackers, Fernando Migliore, is in the field again today. Obviously a friend of the Stauffers.
Sven won't be averaging over 100 in this game, having already thrown 18 darts in this leg.
Fabian Liemacher on the cusp of losing his opening game against Dominic Heidensen.
Yeah.
2-1 down. A lot of pressure in this last leg.
He was a player from the very early stages, Fabian, that I liked, that I thought would go far in the SDC. And I'm glad that he's sort of justifying and fulfilling my my faith in him as a darts player.
Cracking game on board 14 at the moment to enjoy the Bolhander and Rene Soler.
You can't take your eyes off JD Bolhander sometimes. He opened the leg really strongly as well, leg 3.
7-25 to open the stanza. He's going to have to put in a big visit here with Rene Soler piling on the pressure with 13-87.
He's 150 points ahead, Rene.
You see a 140 there from Stefan Jugolensky to get himself in pole position in this leg.
But that's a great first start from Matthias. 85 keeps the leg interestingly poised. So Stefan, how's your maths? Okay, starts on the bullseye by the looks of things.
Don't know what that
Yeah,
third dot was for. Oh, third dot was for 85. He's gone for 45, but he's hit into the 10. Needs to make sure he at least hits the big number there.
Yeah.
I think that's 80 scored, 63
I
left.
feel he's not getting a dart from 75. My gut feel tells me this. He won't be getting a dart double here.
He's only going to get a dart with the bullseye.
Let's have a look. Does he go aggressive and take on the treble? I would potentially advise not. Oh, okay. Does hit the big 16, but a long way away from the bullseye there. Oh, that's a great dart from Matthias. Double 12, hit it in leg 1. Double 6. Oh, okay, goes inside.
Don't want to go
An
inside.
amateur mistake there, really. Struggling with his maths a little bit here as well. He's okay. Certainly hope that isn't a little bit of gamesmanship while Stefan's thinking about his routes. Yeah, he's double 16.
Check.
There it is.
Great check out there from Stefan Dudlensky. 23 dart leg.
Brilliant composed check out. To level up the game. Break straight back. JD Bolhander has chances now as René Soler leaves himself in double five. We had some scrappy legs on double five yesterday, didn't we?
We did, yeah.
Not Inga Blitzen, but the other player. Ingerand.
Thomas Ingerand.
Thomas Ingerand, yeah. I was thinking of the athletics man, Inga Blitzen. He's not playing in the SDC today.
I wonder if JD Bolhander will go bullseye route here on 135.
I think he'll just be looking to hit the board, James. Hit the board 3 times.
Matthias are pissed with some steady darts here. Okay, a bit of spray in there, meaning Stefan Dudlensky is on pole position in this leg.
What do you make, James? I'm watching his throw, and I'm feeling a few similarities with my own throw with Stefan Dudlensky.
I think both.
What do you think about his sort of backswing and release? It obviously doesn't come from a perfectly straight position.
Both players are coming down to their shoulder, which I don't particularly like in a darts throw, just because I feel like you have a lot less control than if you put it out in front of you. Like if you look at Gary Anderson and someone even like Ross Montgomery, he touches his nose twice. That's where the dart should come. So it should be down the eye, so that on one of your eyes you can see the dart going towards that treble 20.
Of course, Glenn Durrant famously did the same, didn't he? He would rest his flight on the top of his cheek or the top of his nose.
JD Bolhander has a poke there at double 8 and double 4 to...
It's now a shoes off kind of moment in this game. Both players on double 2.
2's off, shoes off. JD Bolhander is probably favourite for this leg now. Any of you new to the SDC will know how monumentous this moment is for JD Bolhander. JD Bolhander never getting out of a group stage is the opportunity to beat René Soler.
Yeah, until SDC Tour Event 6, JD Bolhander have not won a game in the SDC. But now we're talking about a man with serious knockout credibility.
Could he win, dare I say, the SDC most improved player if he gets a knockout win? Not the best leg. Bias pissed. If you're the 2 players sat watching behind the scenes, you think you've got a sniff?
Yeah, you're licking your lips probably, aren't you, really, watching a leg like this?
Mark, maybe not so much, thinking that he needs to average in the 50s, but...
Some support in the YouTube live stream. It's not Shamard. Thanks for all of those that are joining along on YouTube and Schaffhausen TV, of course. Wherever you are today, watching some early morning darts.
Some early
Oh,
results.
Stefan Dudlensky, double 5.
Some early results coming in for some of the big names. We'll just watch out this checkout and then we'll give you a summary of the results so far.
Matthias Apist leaves himself 90 now. Great dart, treble 20, double 15.
This is your kind of route.
No issue with his maths here.
You love that kind of route?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'd certainly go treble 20 there in that situation.
Is that because your treble 18 is so wayward or because it's the right route?
Because instinctively treble 20 is the shot in a combination shot. If you have the opportunity to hit treble 20, that's poor from Stefan Dudlensky. That's poor. That last start was rushed, I feel.
They were very rushed. He was trying to get rid of them as quickly as possible.
He was, yeah.
But that's also seemed quite rushed for the Tyson Piss, that last start.
Yeah. When the first start's inside on 15s, I think the play is really just to recompose, reconfigure, leave a more preferable double 4 or double 6.
That's a wild dart at double 1.
Over adjusts quite dramatically there. Double 15. Matthias.
Doesn't want to go inside here.
It's not ideal either. Double 5 left.
Where's your money in this leg?
It's a real scrappy one, isn't it? I'm gonna side with Stefan.
Check.
There it is.
Great dart from Stefan Dudlensky there.
Got that comment just in time.
Puts him one leg away. Do you have a summary of the board's draft?
Yeah, we've got a couple of big names, haven't we, who've come out to flying start. Schötz 3-0, Gavalt 3-0, Marcel Hugo 3-0, Mark Bichel 3-0, Dolan 3-0.
Bob's 3-0. Belly 3-0.
A couple of less good names also coming through.
Some players will be slightly.
Marcel Walpen 3-0 victor.
18th seed Nick Fluger, 3-1 loss. First seeded player to lose today. How's Lauren Fent getting on today at the top?
They're in their first leg still in that one. I suspect there'll be at least 40, 50 darts thrown. Oh, just 30, okay. Neither player particularly near a double there yet.
Almost see our first 180 at the stream ball today from Stefan Dudalensky, just putting in a 135. Could Matthias Piss show us how to hit the 180? Oh, 140 from Matthias Piss.
They've both got very nice names to say, haven't they? Stefan Dudalensky might be one of my favourite names in the SDC.
It's not quite as good as Hans-Peter Schweiter, but
It's not, no.
Sandro Schmid coming through. His opening stanza against Francesco Zito. As Rene Soler looking to wrap up a 3-1 win over JD Bolhander, 56 left.
It's a real shame for Big John, and he gets the job done.
20 dart leg
Yeah.
from Rene Soler, very impressive.
John just can't live with that kind of level.
John would need more than double that, realistically.
Well, he's still on 250 points, is John, so he's half the leg away, isn't he? And the more difficult half, so.
Bergen picking up a 3-1 win. Yannick Kainsos, 2-1 win over 2-1 up on Timo Marti. Stephen Wilkinson, my namesake, 2-0 up on Louis Muller, 72 average currently, very steady stuff.
He's been a much improved player, hasn't he, Stephen Wilkinson, in the last, I'd say, 6 to 9 months. The back half of last year, he was becoming more and more of a regular figure in the knockout stages.
Was indeed. There's Thomas Holden is someone as well who seems to be averaging near that high, low 80s, high 70s mark, which is very impressive and could beat anyone kind of on his day.
We're getting towards the business end of this leg and potentially of this game. Matthias just holding the advantage here. 2-9. Oh, staying straight, really important here. Finds the treble 19 with his last dart.
81 scored, that puts
Leaves
him on
that handy 48,
48.
doesn't it? Yeah.
Everyone's favourite 2-dart combination finish.
Yeah. Could really hit the treble here, Stefan. Oh, it's a well thrown dart.
48 is a lovely one because you can always hit that 8 or 16.
Yeah. Oh,
Great guide.
Just makes the bed even bigger now.
No, go and get it, Matthias, it's not in.
Check.
That is, though. Great adjustment. I always feel like when you think your dart's in and it's not in, to then recompose and hit it is very tough.
Yeah.
Great share from Matthias Piss.
At least partially in the mind, you're thinking the bed is slightly blocked now. You think there's one dart in the bed. Sometimes when a dart is so close, it can be obscuring for a dart to follow it. But
In the last dart shootout, the last thing you want is to find your first dart in single 5.
so here we are. Yeah, we're into a last leg decider in our opening group stage game.
3 lots of spray there from Matthias Piss to give Stefan Dudalensky control. You see Lauren Fent going 1-0 down to Stefan Felder. Averaging 33 at the moment is Lauren.
Just into the 5 again is Stefan. I dare say if I'm Stefan here with the throw in this leg, I'd be thinking big numbers. If I go down in 60s, I think I'm getting to a double comfortably before Matthias.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I was Stefan, I'm thinking 27 darts will probably win me
Yep.
this.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same. Go down in 60s, leave yourself a double after 21 darts, and then worry about the business end when it comes to it.
I think this is going to be a game where both players get darts to win it.
Yeah, I think so too. They have in almost every leg so far. So can we just stay straight, Stefan? 45. Okay, still nicely poised. It's a potentially interesting counter there. Jochen Groudens against Matej Pripic. See Pripic causing the upset there?
No, I've been slightly disappointed with Groudens this year. Ever since his comments about the alcohol-infused darting scene, his levels on the board have gone down slightly. So I think he needs to be careful about
rather than worrying about his image and what he's saying in the public eye, he needs to be focusing on the darts board.
Yeah, there's many metaphors that could apply to Graham's situation, isn't there? Those in glass houses, for example, shouldn't be throwing stones. But yeah, Grahams hasn't had the same level of success as he in the last, well, in the 2023 season, and even at the back end of last season.
Good.
Yeah.
Good visit there.
Yeah.
I know it's a bit of spray in there as well.
Important
But
treble though. He's wrestled the advantage back from Matthias here.
will he go for the outer balls?
No, I don't think he will. It's a good guide for treble 20. Okay, it's the ball. Fine.
I have noticed that you do this a lot. You go on what you would do rather than what you think they're going to do. Because for you there, you would 100% stay on the treble 20.
Yeah, no doubt.
But on the streaming board, you've got
Well, hello, Stefan. Another treble 19.
70 left. Because for
Yeah.
me there, I think I would also stay on the treble 20 in this scenario.
Stefan.
Also,
last start.
some players love the showboat, the flair on stream.
Well, of course, it's Matthias' first appearance on stream. I'm sure he'd love a big treble double combination, treble bull combination. So you can never quite understand these players' motives, can you, until you're in their shoes? Back to radar, double 6 left.
Will not want to go inside here and also will not want to bust it.
Oh, it's a well thrown dart, but now he's got questions. He's got to go for this double 3. He can't consider the split, and he hits double 3.
Great check out there from Stefan Dudalensky.
Yeah.
Going through 3-2 over the second player, Matthias Apist in the opening group stage game.
Great composure from Stefan. We saw him that, I think it was the 17, double 16, the 49 checkout in the third leg. He showed some real great composure there, Stefan, on the doubles throughout that game.
I think that he's going to have too much from Martin
yeah.
Helder. So I think that's almost him guaranteed the qualification. And Matthias will be thinking he's going to have to beat some good players here.
I actually think that average is not perfectly reflective. His scoring was a little bit ropey, but it was by no means poor, and his doubling was steady. I know there was one poor leg in there from both players, but he seems better than a player averaging 55 in victory there. As we'll be back for Scott Waits in a few minutes' time.
Spielst du Zeug? Ja. Spielst du? Ja.
Challenge. Rot. Outside.
So back here we see Ferenc Krench just hitting the bullseye, to take the throw in this game. we have here our co-founder of the SDC, Mark and Helder. I think this game is only going to go one way after watching that well off, and I think Ferenc Krench will struggle not to win this game. Mark and Helder with a wry look on his face here, as he knows he's going to have to hit these trebles.
You've been playing a lot of darts in the London scene recently, James. Oh my goodness me, Mark and Helder opened his account with an 85. I was just going to ask you, what do you think would be we play a couple of handicap-based tournaments to level out our respective abilities, mine and yours yours in the field of London. But what do you think would be a fair handicap in this game, do you think? How many points would Mark need deducting for this to be a fair game?
The one thing with the SDC that I find interesting is because it's first to three format, I almost feel like no handicap is needed in these games. Like, I think Mark will get darts in a leg, maybe multiple legs. It's just about taking your opportunities. The only players that I think really should have handicaps is when you have the likes of Belmont, Bless. I don't think Ferenc Krench is strong enough yet. I think Mark will get darts to double in this game. Once you get the experience under your belt, okay, maybe Krench is a lot better than Helder, but to me he looks a little bit nervous still. Those are good areas.
Yeah, they're very good areas. Yeah, there's been absolutely no problems with Mark's first nine spares here. Apologies for calling him Scott Waits earlier. I of course meant Scott Mitchell. Scotty Dog. Yeah, his first dart's been absolutely fine, Mark. It's been in the fat 20, just above where he would want it, given how tall his darts stand up. Certainly wouldn't want them low of the trebles. Yeah, something to work with from Mark in the early part of this game. In fact, he's taken the lead on the scoring after 12 darts.
Ferenc Krench is starting to get a bit wound up with the scoring here.
He is, yeah.
Great first dart there again.
Just where you want it, yeah.
I think Mark is allergic to using darts. Oh, he fired!
Oh! He has embarrassed you there.
A little booyah there from Mark.
Mark does love a booyah. There's plenty of players in the SDC who like to celebrate, who are, I don't want to say arrogant characters, but they're joyful characters, aren't they? They let their feelings be known on the dartboard. And in Helder, while perhaps he's a lesser seen spearsman, he falls into the booyah category.
Is his spray starting to come in here? One thing we know with Mark is Mark's scoring is relatively strong. Where he does let himself down is on those doubles.
I would say he's good at double 20. Every other double, and there's quite significant question marks over how close he'll be.
He's going to get darts in this leg.
He will.
Krench.
He will, yeah.
He's in strong position here, as long as he doesn't spray too much in single one.
I'd just be thinking, go down in 50s or 60s from here. Your next two visits.
Oh my!
Okay, double 7.
There's the spray that we all associate with Mark and Helder.
That's a great first start from Ferenc. Really be looking for a ton 40 here. Looks to be room. It's we've talked about this a couple of times, haven't we, James, in the last few days? When we say room in the bed, what do you think as a darts player, as a darts throw, gives some darts players the sort of image that there's lots of room in segments, and other players there is no room?
It's getting the dart to stand up tall. Ferenc Krench's dart stand up at an angle, and it's the way you release the dart. Where you hold it on the dart, how you release it, whether you release it with force, whether you loop it in. There's completely different ways to throw a dart. You throw it very aggressively, but very flat into the board. Yours does not allow for any room. That's why you're, if we're being honest, a big fat ton merchant and not a 180 merchant. Mark and Helder should be a 180 merchant, but it's just not a great spearsman. Ferenc Krench, treble 19 for double 12. Finds the treble 19, incredible dart.
Oh, just a bit of a flyer.
Mark was wanting to get a dart here.
Mark's had some really ropey visits here. He's hit double 7 and double 19 in his last 3 visits. Okay, should know the maths. 54. He'll go 14 tops, I'm sure of that. There it is. Good 14.
Does have the nickname the calculator, obviously.
Oh, it's on the weir. What did we say? Mark on tops. I'd back him on tops.
Ooh.
Flyer from Scotty. a little bit closer. And now goes inside. Okay, Mark and Helder. You've thrown 30. And we get the job done in another 3. On tops.
Mark is a ruthless tops man.
He is a ruthless tops, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, that's not ruthless. This ain't going. This ain't going. No, he hates tens. That switch for him is his nightmare.
I would associate Mark. If Mark misses, yep, Farron Crunch has wrapped up leg 1. A little bit of confusion there. I hope he knew he was going for double 6 as opposed to double 10 and didn't accidentally look at Mark's score. For the first leg, the ledger of Felling.
I think Ferenc, from watching that opening leg, will kick on now. I think towards the back end of the leg, Mark looked nervous. Ferenc seemed to pull it together, and the darts are starting to go in the right areas for me. I think he's going to start hitting a couple of trebles, and I think it's going to be too much for Mark.
Let's see. As we said, Mark's grouping was absolutely fine in that first leg. His first start was in the 20, just above every time, and he had a lot to work with. It was his setup play that I think was really poor. From 170 and under, of course, we saw him hit the double 70 and the double 7, the double 19, the single 2. It was just a lot of confusion, spray, disarray. Yeah, there was a lot of poor spears from Mark. This is a new leg.
We'll need to find a treble here. Obviously, Mark using Ryan Searle 40-gram spares. Very heavy, but quite a slender man.
Yeah. Certainly is a Schlanderman. Jürgen Schwendemann. I'm not sure he's participating today.
Cracking game on board 6 between Anschud and Schwengevold. Great first start from Mark. Couldn't ask for it to be the best spot. Oh, I hate using spears.
Yeah. Yeah. Even from here, we've got a slightly angled view, as you have on YouTube too. That bed looks enormous.
David Zing, one leg away from upsetting Luis Camacho here. After watching the opening stanza of this one, how do you see this game panning out?
I see all 3 or 4 legs in this game going the same way as the first one. I don't quite agree with you that I think Frank will run away with this. I think Mark's first start has been the better of the 2 players. I just wonder when it gets to the final stages, has Mark got the winning edge? I suspect Ferenc is a regular pub/club darts player who plays a lot of games in local leagues and has experience of winning. Whereas I feel Mark doesn't. Mark has darting practice and plays darts, but do I think he plays competitive darts? I don't.
As soon as we get to this point in the leg, he then starts to become a bit nervous and starts to spray.
Yeah. Perhaps there's even too much calculation going on here. You're on 204. In my mind, I'm not even thinking about a double at this point. I'm thinking stay straight, hit 60 or 100, it'll make your next shot easier. But now from 189, he's still, again, you're still miles away. You're still just thinking hit a ton or a ton 40 and save the hard work till the next turn.
I like the Ferenc throw. I just think Mark's throw has too many moving parts.
Yeah, it does, yeah. One thing I don't like about Mark's throw, he has a very light grip on a very heavy dart. Now, if there's any slight movement in his hand, finger, wrist, forearm, that's going to be accentuated by the light grip and the heavy dart. Which is why we have seen some real wild shots at double 7, single 12, for example. It's that misrelease. He really needs to stay straight here. Oh, he doesn't.
It was inevitable to spray. He does love spray.
So Ferenc in a good position now. Okay.
Good setup.
42 remaining.
Just go 10 or 6.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay. Really under no pressure there at all.
Calculator goes with the bullseye route. Knows his
I
maths.
expect nothing less.
Oh,
Okay,
we,
looking a little
he
top.
loves tops, man.
He didn't in the last leg, did he?
Not when he
Stuck
needs
him on
it.
the wire. That's a bit of pressure from Mark. Now within 2 dart territory. Ferenc needs this big number. Finds it. Double 8. 2-0.
That's a wild one.
Yeah, it is a wild one. He threw 2 wild ones at double 12 in the last leg.
He does look a bit nervous for rank. There's a
There's a
lot
lot of body movement, yeah.
He busted it.
That's poor. It's really poor. Okay, in Helder. Back for 66.
It's Mark, the combi king. 48, everyone loves 48.
Oh, Mark! You've got 2 fat numbers to hit. Dear me, that's poor.
That's the worst bit of spears I've seen so far today. I'm shocked it's come from Mark Nelson.
No.
Oh,
Oh,
Ferenc! He's done the
Frida Lang.
the Frida Lang, of course. The accidental treble. Or the
Wild
Frida
feather
Lang, as
there
we
from
call
Mark.
it.
Oh, wild second spare from Mark. This is nervy stuff. Allergic to the doubles at the moment, Mr. Inhelder.
Isn't it funny, James, how in the scoring phase of the game, Mark and Helder has been missing the trebles high, and that's poor from Ferenc. He's left single 5. This is Frida Lang all over. What's the play here? I mean, single 1.
But then, whatever you do, do not leave yourself in that house. Busts it.
22, 27.
I mean,
Los
Mark giving him some dodgy information there because
22, 27. Los doch.
Mark and Helder, double 6. As I was saying, James, it's in the scoring phase of the game, Mark has been missing the trebles high. He's been knowing that he uses darts and been throwing darts high at the treble 20. Yet when he's going for the doubles, he's the complete opposite. Everything's been snatched inside.
That's criminal from Mark there. Going for a double busting
Yeah.
first dart, you need to be giving yourself all 3 darts.
Yeah, completely agree.
Double 13 is the route. Oh, I think Ferenc thinks that Mark checked out in that last leg. He didn't. He didn't.
This is confusion. Is Mark going to say anything? Is the scorer said anything? Okay, he has now left double 8, apparently.
I think that's an accidental leave of double. I think he actually thinks he's going for scoring. You can't say anything as a scorer unless he asks. You can't influence the game, obviously, is the rule of darts.
This just looks horrendously blocked. Mark will not see a lot of this double 3. Yeah.
I think the odds of Mark winning this leg are now 50.
Mark needs Ferenc to be shooting from 501 again here. Ferenc taking his time.
It's an incredible lead from Ferenc here.
Yeah.
Considering he had no idea that he's accidentally left double 8. He's so confused because he thinks that the leg has started, a new leg has started, and you just see Mark go for a double, but he's accidentally, because of his spray, has left double 8, which is incredible.
Of all the things I've seen at the SDC, this is one of the most random. And I've seen John Bolhander in 2 lots of group stages.
Oh, I just think he looks like a beautiful time for that crouch.
This just won't be going. I can.
That is the biggest block dart I've seen.
Yeah, sorry, Mark, but this won't be going.
Keeps it high.
Yeah, at least does the right thing, the professional thing there.
This has been a really questionable leg.
Double 8 then, still on double 8. We've seen a lot of doubles hit in this leg.
Oh,
haven't seen the right one.
He's got to become snatchy on his throw. He's not releasing him.
How
full.
rushed as well was that last start for Ferenc, that double there.
Mark hit tops twice when he's not been going for it.
And that ends JD Bolhander's campaign. Speaking of the big man, that's another 3-0 loss for John. Oh, he finds it. It's in, Ferenc. Yeah, you've won the leg. Oh, that did not deserve a fist bump. Perhaps, I don't want to be rude here about Ferenc, but do you think there's a possible language issue potentially? Maybe not familiar with how scoring on Darts Connect is functioning and maybe isn't understanding the calls from the scorer, perhaps?
I think his eyesight seems to be slightly, just from what I've noticed, with double six in the first leg, comfortably in, and he couldn't see that in. He obviously then saw Mark hit a double, which makes me think he's probably not able to see the score, which makes me think that his eyesight maybe not 100% there.
Yeah, interesting. Even that double 2 there, it was in the middle of the bed, but he was unsure, wasn't he, whether to walk and collect or just stand there and watch. I mean, it was a good dart, but
I know they say the same thing about Ryan Searle. He always struggles to see his darts. He's got very bad eyesight.
Yeah. Of course, a few famous darts players of that mode, aren't there? I mean, Gary Anderson has struggled for a long period of time over that range of vision, hasn't he?
It does look like Martin Helder is about to be sent packing.
Yeah, I think his race might be run here. Big 9, okay.
Would love to see him turn this around, but just can't see it. I don't think he's got the minerals.
Minerals. Wonder what minerals he'd be requiring right now. The testosterone boost. Testosterone.
Maybe go and ask Jochen Groudon. I'm sure he'd have some non-alcoholic minerals.
Jochen Groudon loves his potassium fuel drinks.
Mark here with a lot of darts without a treble.
Perhaps what might be the one of the most one-sided games in the SDC today, Sven Geiger versus Lauren Fent. Lauren Fent just 30 points behind him on the averages there, losing 3-0.
Lucas Down again averaging in the 80s.
Marco Obst with an opening 12 darter against Joel Rappo.
Wow.
But Rappo's managed to break through 1-1 in that game.
What an odd spear from Mark there. How's it come out like that?
Again, it's to do with that light grip, isn't it, on that heavy dart? It's much like myself, he is prone to the odd misrelease, isn't he, Mark and Helder?
There's that weird finger that he points up in the air as well every time.
The little pinky.
The index finger.
The pinky curl. Oh, the index, okay.
Good last dart there from Mark. Gets him somewhat back in this leg.
Oh, can we finish on the ball then, Ferenc? Oh, just stay straight.
62 left for Frank French.
Oh, he's really struggling with his maths here, Ferenc. He's not sure what he's hit, he's not sure what's left.
Some people may miss, some people may hit.
Some people can't count. Left 47.
20 fast.
Single 15, a slightly questionable choice there then. Treble would have obviously left single 17. And double 5 from Mark.
Getting a
But it's
double
not a leg
practicing.
minute. Maybe he's trying to confuse Ferenc. He's trying to... Right, 15 for double 16.
Good guide there, just kiss off that barrel. It's good areas from production.
Yeah,
I think
he's got lots of time, hasn't he? Mark 149.
Mark
Interesting.
tries to have a check out. It's 1-2-5.
Interesting, starting on the 14s. Deciding he doesn't need the second dart there as well. Leaving it no easier than where we found it.
I think JD Bolhander would start favourite now against Mark.
Check.
There we go. Ferenc French. 3-0 over Mark Helder. Missed darts at the middle from both players. But Ferenc coming through. Some tasty finishing back in the game.
Yeah, I don't want to say Ferenc has no chance of qualifying from this group, but do you feel as though from now we've seen all 4 players in action, he's the third best player, sorry, in this group?
Yeah, I think he's not in the top 1 or 2 for me. But he'll have chances in both games, so he just needs to make sure he stays straight, gets himself darts to double. Mark and Helder will probably just have to pray. I think that's his only hope of getting out of the group on this one.
A little bit harsh, but possibly fair there from yourself, James.
Mark and Helder, obviously a good friend of ours. A
He
lovely
is.
bloke who will be pondering backstage, I'm sure now, thinking about what could have been if he'd hit those doubles.
And I'm sure we'll get a text through shortly saying that he was nervous and that's why he missed.
Yeah.
He just loves the game of spears and that's what you love to see. A good friend as well, Biat Plus. Losing his opening one.
Yeah,
3-1.
that's a real shame from Biat. He averaged 5 points higher in his opening group game against Aaron Schreppen. It's a 3-1 loser. So he really needs to turn it around against Manuel Reichmuth. But he won't be turning it around with scores of 10, 22, 22 and 9 in his opening 5 visits. Unlucky Biat.
We'll be back shortly for previewing the next lot of games on this streaming board, so don't go anywhere.
Okay, welcome back. We're very shortly about to see Matthias Apitz against Ferenc Krej. Ferenc, of course, winning that last game against Markinel 3-0. Strong position for our opening round-robin games. Matthias was just undone in the end by Stefan Dudelensky. Lost that one 3-2. So he'll really be looking for a win in this game in order to keep his chances of progression alive. You'd say, on the balance of things, a fairly equal matchup this. Who do you see as the slight favourite in this game, James?
For me, Matthias Apitz should have come out of this one as well. I think his average is significantly higher than that of Ferenc in the opening round.
Yeah, it was.
So if he can play the same level as he did in his opening stand, I think he should be enough and should have enough. Obviously, a big game coming up here between JD Bolhanda and René Soler round 2. For those of you who missed the battle of the mid-30s, it's back for another one. You see, those MyDarts Ferenc Krej can throw those tight 140. We saw that in the warm-up previously. Just seems to get a little bit shaky. Whoa. Get a little bit shaky. Tight. Pitch 1-0 up on Daniel Burkhardt. Cracking group, that one.
You feeling a little bit shaky, James, after your ventures last night? Of course, you had to leave us before the semi-final and the final yesterday to attend some evening entertainments.
For those of you who aren't aware, it's the Rugby World Cup. England won yesterday, so feeling a little bit worse for wear for celebrations. I wonder if Stefan Belmont is feeling worse for wear this morning, or if he's followed Jochen Grauder's advice of no beers before spears.
Good play on words there, James. Stefan Belmont was very hot yesterday, so I hope he hydrated sufficiently last night with whatever liquids he chose to hydrate. Water being the most preferable option. But I hope he's come back well today. Of course, it was really hot in the arena yesterday, so I hope no players are feeling the effects of that. Beat Plus certainly isn't feeling the effects of that. One leg all. Slightly shaky opening leg. So here we are for both in this third game in our group stages, and they've both missed the 25. He looks to be using that as a marker. Okay, just throwing two at the same time. Ferenc Krej does whatever he wants.
How many spares before someone hits the outer ball?
So that's now 4 misses. I suspect we'll see one in the next 4 darts. There we go.
What do you reckon the spread?
I think Frank wanted that left in the board.
What do you think the spread of JD Bolhanda was throwing the bullseye? How many go? Yeah.
Well, JD Bolhanda did appear in our group stages only 2 weeks ago, I think it was, and he did not win a bull off. He did not hit the 25. So the bull off ended when the opponent hit the 25.
Did he not hit one?
He did not, no.
That's a shame.
It is a shame.
What won't be a shame is if you can come up against René Soler here and do the business.
That's a brilliant first start from Ferenc. And a great second dart as well. I know he's just sprayed into the ones, but much more like his warm-up spears, those from Ferenc.
It reminds me somewhat of your throw, that little spray into the ones. You do have that 3p lean that just like causes darts to go into the ones.
I get incredibly frustrated by my darts that just edge into treble 1 that I think are well thrown.
I think that's the best start.
Just slightly misdirected. It's really frustrating because the margin for error is so small, and in your mind you think you've released a good spear, but the misalignment of various elements of your throw is obviously not calibrated on the treble 20 enough.
Great ton there from Matthias Apitz.
Good start from both players in this one.
René Soler also had a good start with that 1-1-6 against JD Bolhanda.
Yet another treble, yet another 66. Both men like trebles here, but both men like spray.
It's quite. I think they're throwing very similar to what you do. You love trebles and spray.
I'm almost quite surprised, James, because I think for a young darts player, myself being a young man, fairly, okay, not inexperienced at darts, but not of these two gentlemen's worldly experience or darting experience, I would associate spray with younger players. I think older players have a steadier throw, a more grounded technique, and are more inclined to just hit big numbers. But these two have sort of disproved that thinking. They've been spraying in the way that I'd expect an inexperienced player to spray, and not been just hitting big numbers.
They are finding those trebles with quite a lot of regularity.
They are, yeah, they absolutely are. But it's this spray from both that's making this unpredictable. We've actually just had that message through from Mr. Inhelder. He's been reflecting upon his first game for sure.
What did he say?
He said he was nervous on his doubles. I almost disagree, Mark. I don't think you were nervous on your doubles. Those darts at double top in the first leg. Well turned darts.
I mean the accidental double top or the flip.
No, I mean the actual marker on double top that he threw in the first leg.
His areas are always very steady. He just needs to find a way to get over that finishing line.
When he's not on tops, he's nervous.
He'll be almost needing French to come up on top here.
So, Pitts now leaves tops. And fine stops. First dart, okay. No double trouble for a Pitts there. The opening leg in the ledger. Back to the fine. And that's a brilliant second dart.
He does love that treble
One,
one.
right? Yeah, he loves treble one. Loves it.
Someone who's also quite nervy on the doubles, JD Bolhander. A few missed darts at double for him and René Soler in this opening leg.
I mean, that's just a wild selection of spray. We can see him doing a lot. He was doing that a lot against Mark and Helder, I noticed, James. He really is trying to move his arms. I wonder if that's like a tension thing. Is he trying to release tension in his arms? He's spraying his arms in the background. Do you think that's what it is? He's trying to shake off the nerve, shake off the tension?
There is obviously nerves in your game, maybe the second one as well, but after the second game you kind of get a bit of a feel for how the tournament's going and how you're throwing. So I think, as we see our first time 40 of this game, I think I get what he's doing. He's trying to get the tension out, but I almost don't think that makes a difference. I think you just need to kind of compose your breathing at the back, relax when you go to the board. It's darts a tough one in terms of trying to pull out the pressure because it's such fine margins. I
dare say we've all been there. I've been there as a darts player. I know I have in Switzerland, where things aren't going right. Things don't feel right. You want to change something, but you don't know what. You don't know what is going wrong. Your throw just doesn't feel good at all. And it's a terrible position to be in when you don't feel in control of your own throw. And maybe that's what Frank is maybe just experiencing a little bit of here. That's just really wild. Maybe he was thinking treble 15 to lead 170. Surely he wasn't thinking that.
60 left.
Ooh, flirt with treble.
Just JD Bolhander almost confirms his leg over. Great first start from Frank Clench. Would he go bullseye here?
140, okay.
Is that too little too late, or is that...
How's that for a bit of a tickle on your neck, Matthias?
Check.
Oh, well composed. Double 10 there.
20 dart leg, incredible.
Yeah, he's come out really well here, Matthias. Yeah,
Not a 20 dart leg, but 20 visits to the board for René Soler and JD Bolhander at the moment.
And this leg has no sign of ending, does it, Bolhander Soler? Update you in 10 minutes on that one. So yeah, Matthias just been head and shoulders above a Frank here in this game so far.
You need to put in those time 40 earlier in the visits.
Matthias again, looking at another ton 40.
Ruthless time 40 there from Matthias to Piss.
Ja, ja, aber
Right.
ja, mein Beispiel, wenn noch nicht rein ist, wenn man einfach steckt. Nur die, die früher oder rot sind,
It looks to be Frank's races run here. 3-0 loss, of course, which I think relaxes Mark and Helder. Legs, obviously wins against other players.
Mark will have to win both of his remaining games. I think either, if he wins both his remaining games, he'll just be relying on Frank not to win that last one.
Wegen dem meine ich, wegen dem Sticken lassen.
Just JD Bohander takes the opening leg. Incredible spinners.
Yeah, 72 that hold there from John. That's good stuff.
Only averaging 21. René Soler.
As we say, the SDC is inclusive of everyone, regardless of your darting ability. If you're enjoying the game, if you're enjoying... Matthias, 150 to leave 32.
Incredible setup play.
After just the 15 spears.
It could be a double jug.
It will be a double jug, I'm confident of that. Double jug of liquid to be consumed from Ferenc, being over 300 points away. Matthias is checking out. He's put them on the wire, I think. Yeah, he has a little look. It's not there. Don't ask Ferenc to have a look, because he will not be able to see. The conclusion of this game will give you a little preview of how a couple of the other groups are shaping up.
Nick Burglar not able to burgle a leg off Stefan Belmont here. 107 average in that opening leg. What's that? 13 darter? No, yeah, 13 darter, 14 darter
Yeah,
maybe.
Nick Burglar was caught cold there, wasn't he? Caught in the spotlight. Okay, the leg goes on. Ferenc being made to wait. As he arguably throws one of his best visits of the leg there. But it matters not. All wrapped up. The two men, black and red.
First,
Clearly separated from Yoki there. Matthias wins 3-0. You found a particular game where you just can't take your eyes off, James.
Yeah, just desperate to see, because if Bohander can win this one 3-1 or better, he could be out of the group. I think it might need to be 3-0 he wins this one. If he wins 3-0, he does go out of the group for the first ever time. Once again, he's 2 legs away from qualification for the knockout rounds. Never thought you'd hear that, would you?
Well, I heard it yesterday, but I didn't think I'd hear it then. No, and I certainly didn't think I'd hear it back-to-back days.
If he gets 1 leg away, it could be the biggest moment in SDC darting history.
I would love that game in the last 64. 4 legs of Mr. Bohander.
Against Stefan Belmont, maybe.
That would be man against boys, as Jean-Dominique hits his first ton of the game.
He knows
Probably his first ton of 2023.
Mark with a great first start there in practice. He's been finding that ruthless top of the Trebs 20 area.
No issues for Sven Geiger in Group A. Barry the Bucky Nelson will be progressing from Group C. Mark Bushell has had things all his own way in Group D today. 2 wins for him so far. Ant Schud and Sven Gavolt will be progressing through that one. Maurizio Castrovinci has not won a leg today, unfortunately.
Maurizio, obviously, commentator's player of the year last year. But those of you that don't know, the commentator's player of the year is someone that doesn't necessarily average high, but we enjoy watching for their attitude, their entertainment, and something that provides us a bit of value. Someone like Jean-Dominique Bohander. Bohander here with a pop at 92 to go 2-0 up on René Soler as Markin Helder finds the outer bullseye in the bull off. My co-commentator currently getting some hash browns out of the oven as he looks to grow that darts player's belly. 108 left for René Soler as we see Markin Helder get underway in this one. Ooh, some very nervy opening darts here from Mark. Goes out of bullseye with this last dart. Slightly confused on that one. 14 out of bullseye and 5 first 3 darts.
44, ja.
Markenhelder just spraying slightly into that 7. Needs to make sure he doesn't do that too regularly. Steady spears again from Stefan Dudalensky, just putting in that 40. Great first start from Mark. Can he use that treble 20? Oh, why has he switched? Don't get it. It's a great first start of treble 20. You'd think that he'd stay there, use it. He doesn't. Steady opening start from Mark though.
Yeah, how do you see this game shaping up, James? Do you think? I mean, safe to say Stefan Dudalensky's the better of the two players?
You'd think so, based off of the stats from the opening game, but you can never quite tell. Markenhelder's been straight in that treble 20 again. He just needs to use these darts. It does seem slightly loose. Let's find it.
Jean-Dominique's back onto his favourite double 1. He tends to leave that double quite regularly. Probably one of his favourites.
Wasn't double 16, just got inside a few too many times.
So Markenhelder. We know he sometimes gets these wobbles when he gets to this 200 range. And now, of course, he's underneath 200.
81.
Good opening.
88.
Oder?
76. Oh, sorry. Wie macht er den?
Some slight confusion on the map, yeah?
Yep. The calculator will clear that up for us.
Didn't see Conor Steiger playing in the field today, speaking of calculators.
I was a bit confused about Conor Steiger's appearance yesterday, wasn't I? No, I didn't see his name in the field today either.
And it looks like JD Bolhander will be sent packing again as he loses that leg.
Back to packing Spears boards in the van, I think. Of course, a loyal helper of the SDC. Who are always looking for more people, aren't they, to help with their events?
Any volunteers that love darts and want to be passionate about the growing darts in Switzerland, message Mark and Helder on Instagram or the SDC on Instagram, someone will get back to you.
Tournaments coming to your hometown. It's always good when people come down to the venue, show their support, help in any way they can, watching the streams that are provided and cheering on some of the local players.
Pro players sat on 140 here.
Wow. Mark really just needed to stay straight. A ton being absolute gold dust there, but...
Is this a difference between the two players?
Let's see. Oh, okay, spray from Stefan as well. Nice thinking with the outer ball there, but execution was off.
Okay, treble 20 and double 19. 78 left, treble 18. Oh, that's a droopy dart.
Again, Mark having these problems under that 200 range. I think really just needs to let go of these calculations and just hit big numbers, big 20s.
Oh.
Is he miscounted that stuff out?
No, he was going for 20 to lead tops.
Oh.
Mark
18 to leave that target.
Mark going for the famous JD Bolhander route of double 4 for bull. Double 10, last dot in hand for Stefan Dudalensky.
You know who Dudalensky's throw reminds me of just a little bit, and it's not in the aesthetics of the throw, but partly the setup and partly the angles, James.
Mark getting shaky on those dubs again. Who are we thinking?
Any guesses?
The pro player?
Check.
Bit Jermaine Waterminery for me.
Oh, okay. Stefan Dudalensky wraps up the leg there on double 10. No, I was thinking Darius Labanauskas. Partly because of the clear fluorescent flights, but also because of that dirty stack angle.
The angle is very Labanowski,
Yeah.
but the throw itself more.
Yeah, the throw was not so much the resemblance there. It was more about the spears and the spears entry.
Who does Mark's throw remind you of?
Big Larry down the pub.
76.
Big Simon Turner of the Holland Club.
Does actually remind me a little bit of Simon Turner from the Hong Club.
One of the greatest darting establishments in London.
Had some top pros play there. Edgar's and Newtons.
Might be watching today. We know he loves his spears, does Edgar?
Edgar's and Newtons is a gun player. One of the best players in the London scene, you would say. For those of you that aren't aware, we both play in an establishment called Calder, which is the City of London Darts Association. So the way that we keep our mind active and spears flowing. Trav had a very steady start to the season, couldn't quite finish it off, but I think you were quite proud of your efforts this season. In parts.
I don't want to describe my season as similar to Rocco's, but I'd say my best shares might be in the past.
Okay.
And I'm on a slightly alarming downwards trajectory right now. But when there's that talent there, you're always close to a revival. That's what I'm telling myself.
So Matt, back in the day, we used to play regularly when we first moved into the flat. Matt was averaging those mid-60s, occasionally, very rarely, high 60s. And then it kind of took a downward spiral to where he's now in that mid-40s region and can't get out of it. Wade Model, if you have any suggestions on how he can get out of it, please do put in the comments below. That will be much appreciated.
Yeah, I'm looking at this game right now thinking it's unachievable for me to take legs here.
JD Bohander, one leg away from taking it to an average count back.
We all love a good average count back in the group stage, don't we? Of course, the darts referee was a very famous benefactor of the countback system.
Very true.
And he came out and appeared in Switzerland. Hopefully one day he might be back.
Nice to see the return of Sarah Milkowski as well.
Certainly words, yeah. She did a lot of good for Swiss darts, didn't she?
Releasing her calendar soon again, of course.
I know Mark and Helder will be the first one to be purchasing that.
I would have said Exxon Laurier would be the first one to be purchased again. The third.
He's got it on pre-order, I believe, Exxon.
He does, yeah. Good first two spares there from Mark. Can he just point? Oh, that's painful. It's just from that droopy angle of entry that's the reason for the not sticking in that firmly.
Yeah, the dart just took a clip of one of the other darts. It just didn't have the power, did it, to
107, 88 left,
nestle in the treble bed.
64 left.
No problem with the maths there from Stefan. Nice rhythm to those darts.
Mark here will be thinking 170 to leave 32. Or maybe even a 162. Getting the calculator in to do his mathematics. Great first dart there from Mark. Can he find another? Follow it, man. Follow it. Thanks, Wayne Model phrase there.
What's that? Follow it.
Follow it, man. Follow it.
That was all good.
What? It's from the 9-darter that I think it was the World Championships one. Was it the MVG one against Michael Smith? Or am I being
The
mistaken?
Michael Smith one against MVG?
Yeah.
I think so, no.
Trying to think which game it is. It'll come to me.
Get back to us on that one, James. 82 for Mark and Helder. Okay, 12s can't lead the finish mark. Might have been going for treble 14, possibly.
I think that was treble 14,
Could
yeah.
have been treble 20. Hard to say.
Back with his favourite number.
$16, of course, being his favourite number. Mark will get the pop at 69. Enjoyable check out this. 50 left.
Will he go for the bullseye? For the
I don't think he will, no, I don't think he will.
Great dart,
His
10.
favoured tops. Come on, Mark. Get a leg on the board.
Oh, it's wild.
Sky high flyer. It's amongst the treetops, that flyer.
Reference there to the band, the Treetop Flyers there from Matt Travers. His favourite band, of course.
And Helder will get 3 more here. And his favourite tops. He said he was shaky on the doubles in his last game. Sent us that little private memo. And he calmed the nerves here and pinned tops.
Oh, it's a droopy spare. A very droopy spare towards that Trebs. Can he go inside rather than float it around the outside? No, he can't. Which means Mark will get darts again at 10s. We've seen him hit this in the match when he was going for 6s, and he hits it again. Mark in Helder gets his first leg of the day on the board. Disappointed somewhat with himself, I think, so far, but we're happy he's got a leg under the board, and hopefully that settles the nerves a little bit. They zoom in onto the treble 20 there.
Maybe do zooming out a little bit. Yeah, that's better. We don't quite know where Mark's darts are going, do we? So nice and zoomed out. Got a lady in the background there reading a book. She's a probable partner of one of the players in this group.
I have a feeling that she's the partner of Steve West.
Of Scott Mitchell, do you mean?
Ferenc Krench.
Ferenc Krench is not Scotty Mitchell, of course.
They just look alike. Can we see the outcome of the JD Bolhander game? Any updates?
Okay, Fulcinisi with another 3-0 win there. John Bolhander still 2-1 to the good. A lot of games nicely poised now, of course. Not too many eye-catching averages from this particular round of games. David Zing with a 17-dart hold in the opening leg.
Roger Tusha 2-0 up on Angela Herger.
Oh, Biat plus against Marcel Guga. 50 points between the averages of the two men there. Biat plus will not be taking a leg in that one.
How did Stefan Belmont get on? Did he have the biggest spread in averages in SDC history in that last game? I know he was on 107 while his opponent was on 30 in the opening leg.
Let me have a look for you, James. Stefan Belmont, there was his group.
Only the 54 points in the average against the burglar.
Schumann put up a strong showing against Belmont. He didn't take a leg, but he averaged 80. He was obviously breathing down his neck in a lot of those legs.
His scoring is very steady, is Schumann. I think the one area that he does struggle with a little bit is the doubling. Obviously played Christoph Schumann in last season's great
trebles from Mark. Fancy 3?
Oh, good spares there from Mr. Inhelder. As he gives Ferenc Krench a little bit of help here.
Just a beautiful little background shot there.
Not representing the KX Socials kit today, as Mr. Inhelder goes for the more formal top button approach.
It's good that we've got all of our apparatus working functionally today.
I know.
We had a little bit of confusion yesterday amongst the group stages. Sorry for that, but we're all working today.
This is, again, as we said, Mark's areas where he hates it, when it gets down to this nitty-gritty part of the leg.
It's followed a very similar pattern in every leg of Inhelder's games today. 200 or less is when he really starts to shake. And his opponents have just been a little bit stronger. So here we are, Mark again.
As René Soler sends Jean-Dominique Bolhander home. Not home, but to the van. To pack the darts boards at the end of the day.
Yep, John Bolhander will have to sit around in this venue for the next 4 or 5 hours, watching some spares.
As we see Stefan Dudalensky, almost pins tops for a 120 Shanghai checkout. Cleans up the 7 first as Mark Inhelder. Oh, and he has 2 darts on the floor. That's painful.
It's painful, James, but his last 2 visits prior to that were 26 and 8. So he's only really got himself to blame for being in this situation now against... Ooh, goes for the Roger Tusha bust there. Stefan Dudalensky.
Mark going for the Trebs 19, Trebs 19 doubles at 18 route. Great
Finds
dart.
one of those trebles.
Okay, I think goes upstairs to the 18 there, I'm
He's hit
assuming.
77 there, to leave him 73. It's just a little bit wild from Mark. I mean, I like the thinking, but I hate the execution.
Double 5, last dart goes inside.
That's
Mark
a
time.
terrible miss from Stefan. And I'd say Mark is now favourite for the leg.
14, we know this is his route. His MO. Hasn't hit tops yet so far today. Can he find it now?
He has, James. He said it's.
Oh my god. That is quite possibly the worst dart I've ever seen thrown at tops.
Was that for? Did he think he was on bull? Did he think?
No, he was going for tops. He just had a very shanky dart.
That's unbelievable.
Can do Lensky clean up here. Double 2 left. Just goes inside. Mark with the lesser spotted double 13 as his target. First one puts it outside. Another one outside. Needs to attack it here really. Just doesn't even go anywhere near it. Dude Lensky on the mads. He's hit this already and he's hit it again. He's a ruthless double 1 hitter. The JD Volhander special coming in for Dudalensky. Mark and Helder requiring 2 legs to save his SDC Tour 8 journey.
To save his bacon.
Dudalensky allowing him in with that 31 start. Can Mark pile in the pressure with a ton or even a ton 40?
See, again, the first dart's absolutely fine. It's high in the 20, it's a big number. He's followed it with 12 with his next 2 darts. This, I don't know. I think this is an obvious point if I was advising some younger darts players in Switzerland. It's don't necessarily get greedy, just be happy with being in the right areas and being consistent. Don't run before you can walk, would be my advice. Mark and Helder certainly hasn't been running in this game.
Not the best visit there from Mark. Feeling the somber area and country now as we know he's going.
Yeah.
He's sent home.
My hands are clasped almost in prayer at this point. I fear I know the outcome of this one.
I think we all know the outcome of this one.
That's a really poor dart. He's deteriorating in a very similar way, I'd say, to Felix Schötz yesterday against Stefan Belmont. He knew the game was lost. He was throwing at segments he wouldn't normally throw at a tempo he wouldn't normally throw at, because he was resigned to his fate. Deep breaths there from Helder.
We don't need a fortune teller to tell us the outcome of this one.
The tempo's quickened, the cheeks have reddened, the switches
A ropey.
have become wild.
Mark's become ruthless on that single 5 in the last couple of visits.
He has. The only 5s he'll be counting now with the prize money that he'll be handing out later today. Mark has a little smile at that comment. Oh, I might be going for ball out of jest here.
I think we need to get a mic'd
And
up
then,
player.
then misses the board.
It would be interesting to get a player mic'd up for a game. You know how they do it in cricket?
Yeah.
Get Mark mic'd up so we can speak to him whilst he's there.
Might be a touch distracting for the other player.
I think you'd have to agree not to speak during their throw, but only on your own throw.
Again, flirting with the 5s.
Not the first time I've seen Mark flirting with the 5s. Sometimes with the 4s.
Has been known to go lower as well. Single 1. Could be persuaded. Good darts from Stefan. Fat 20. Okay. But we'll be back. And with time in abundance.
Mark's been going left, right, high, low.
Out the board.
Treble
Yeah.
5 again. He loves treble 5. He's a treble 5 merchant, this guy.
59 then. Stefan really doesn't want to make this easy, does he? Now, big 12.
Goes 20. Right move, in my opinion, with the amount of time he's got. Is that in? No, it's on the Tyne and Weir.
Can he sign off with a final ton? Final 96.
Oh.
No, it's not start. It's happened. As so many have been throughout this game.
I think this goes.
He's just leaving his hand there a little bit to linger in the style of Darius Labanel.
There we
Finishes the
go.
game. Markinelder takes deep breaths. He was outplayed
Always
in
keep
that
up
one
there.
by Stefan Dudalensky.
Just
Who wins from Stefan as he all but bucks his place. Leader. Topper.
I think it will be Dudalensky who comes out in pole position. I think if I played against this group, I would rather play against Dudalensky than I would against Matthias Piss. I know Matthias Piss has won his last game. He averaged 68. Don't think Stefan Dudalensky has those kind of numbers in his locker. I know he beat him with that 55 average in the opening game, but I think Matthias Piss is a seeded player for a reason, and I think he just came unstuck in his opening game.
Interesting thoughts, James Colt. We've got Matthias Pitts up next.
How did JD Bolhanda get in that last leg decider against Rene Soler? Did he come through?
Let me have a look. JD has now had 3 games today. He did not come through against Rene, no. He took legs in both encounters against Rene. Not to win either game.
Back shortly for the next game in this group, which is Matthias Piss, Markinelder. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned.
Green. Matthias. Enjoy, guys.
welcome back to SDC Tour event number 8. We're here for the penultimate group stage game between Martin Helder and Matthias Apitz. Matthias Apitz 1 win under his belt so far, Martin Helder with 0, and the other 2 players who will play shortly will be playing for that first place spot as well. So there's 3 players who can still go through here.
Yeah, there is, yeah. Interesting reaction there. I just want to comment on that from Martin Helder. That's the first time I've noticed all day, and it's happened again just there. His first start's been low of treble 20, and he actually raised his eyebrows when he missed treble 20 on the low side. I wonder if that's just a sign of fatigue, frustration, of I don't know.
What I think people don't take into consideration is it's a very long day for these SDC organisers. They turn up the day before, probably the Saturday, so they'll be there on the Friday in the location, staying overnight, setting up 64 boards, 32 at the moment, sorry, 32 boards at the moment, 32 surrounds, 32 bits of lighting, 32 hockey, the tech set up. This is all done by 3 guys. They obviously do get supporters and things like that. Alexander Zivanovic is a friendly face, so some of the others as well. But
Yuri Barth has been helping, and others.
Yeah, so it's one of those that I think it's a long day for Mark, and obviously waking up early here on okay, it's a 10 o'clock start, but he'll have to be there at 8 o'clock for the first players to turn up. Getting the practice board set up as well, there's another 4 of those to set up. It's not a light task.
Dealing with dropouts, we know that there's several groups. I mean, yesterday our group stage was meant to be a 4-man group, wasn't it? Obviously, players don't attend. You know, he'll be chasing. Where are they? Are they coming? Are they not? Do we scratch players? You know, there's more than meets the eye. Goes on behind these events to make them what they are. So Matthias Apitz, the first leg on tops.
Can't quite find it. Can Mark leave this handy?
Or will it be jug territory? Let's see. No, treble 20, there we are. Can he find another? Yes, he can!
He can indeed. Mark, a big fan of leaving it handy. Doesn't quite matter, unfortunately. It's a good check out from Matthias Apitz.
Into leg 2 we go.
Matthias Apitz, very casual, very chill at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's also wearing the MyDarts.ch logo on his shirt, which makes me think that there's probably a few players that are forced to wear it. I think Mark maybe not, because he wasn't planning on playing initially.
Mika Maluchossi is playing today, a regular participant in the SDC. Good to see Mirko's playing.
Currently averaging 25, but is 1 leg to the good. Sven Geiger with another win. Thomas Holden are down 2-0. Bit of work to do there for him. Barry the Bookie Nelson with a 15 dart in the opener against Thomas Eichmann.
Would have been long odds on a 15 darter to open that game.
I know, Barry, I'm sure could have priced it up for you. Probably 100 to 1. As Thomas Eichmann comes back, both players averaging above 79.
Yeah. Barry averaging the 90s.
Fabi and Limacher are in the struggle bus at the moment. 55 average against Stefan Otterli. Bit of work to do.
I noticed no Sven Hoffman, of course, today.
No Sven Hoffman. Sven Hoffman does normally just play on the Saturday.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know what his plans are on Sundays, but not normally about.
Of course, he was, I say, a little bit hard done by, but got a really difficult draw, didn't he, in the last 64 against Luis Camacho yesterday.
He did, yeah.
You never really want to run up against a man like Camacho in the 64 or 32, do you? He's a good, steady player. Been comfortably outscored here on his own throw yet again.
Yeah, he's gonna potentially.
But Matthias has had a really strong leg, hasn't he? I mean, he's left double after 15 darts, checked after 17. Not many players in the SDC can live with that. No mind Martin Helder.
This is what I'm talking about, though, when I say Matthias Apitz is the best player in this group. I know he's not going to win the group, a great win, don't get me wrong, for Stefan Dudlensky, but I think Matthias Pist is by far the best player in this group. He's just been hard done by just with that opening.
Yeah, he was just caught a little bit cold, wasn't he, in the opening game?
Exactly.
They've both brushed aside the other two players in the group.
Obviously, a bit of work to do for Stefan Dudlensky if he wants to come out of the group. Matthias Pist, obviously, 3-0 winner, presumably in this game, then a 3-2 loss. So if Stefan Dudlensky doesn't win that last game, will not finish top of the group and could get sent home as well due to the fact that he's lost legs to Mark and Helder. He's only got a +1 leg difference against
it could be 3 players on 2 wins. You're right, James.
And I think if he loses, it's going to be Frank who goes through.
But you make a good point. Could be 3 players on 2 wins, of course. Mr. and Helder unlikely to be picking up any wins in this group.
I think it would need a miracle now.
Yeah, it's a real long shot, this one. So Matthias has played really well, hasn't he? His first start's been ever so solid.
Great darts here from Matthias Pist.
How far do you think Matthias Pist can go today? Obviously, we're not certain he'll get out of the group, but I'm fairly confident he will. How far do you think he'll go today?
I think he'll go. Let's say 2 knockout rounds. I think is what I expect from Matthias Pist. I think it depends who he comes up against. Obviously, finishing second. If he is to finish second as a group, if Stefan wins the decider, which we assume he probably will, you could end up getting Groudens, Wolp and
That'll be a
Valmont.
group winner, won't it? Yeah.
There are some group winners who won't be as strong as well, don't get me wrong. You look down the field at some of the groups winners will only be averaging in that 50, so you back Matthias Pist to beat them. But if it is a Belmont or a Wolpen, I just don't think he's got the ability.
No.
85 left, 83 left. Mark will be hoping he can just put on a bit of pressure here.
I agree with you. Of course, there's always 1 or 2 players each weekend, isn't there, that get to the quarterfinals that are relatively unheard of, that have, maybe a bit of a look at the draw, get a nice, pathway through the draw. Maybe Matthias Pist could be that man today, just to wiggle his way through 2 or 3 knockout rounds and get to the quarterfinals.
He's clearly been a regular feature in the last 32, last 16, because he's obviously seeded 19th. So he has been here a couple of weekends and has picked up money. Unlucky there.
Obviously hit the treble 10 there. He did, yeah.
Can Mark and Helder give us a bit of a fanfare finish? Doesn't look like he can.
Switches to the 12s. Interesting play.
Oh, doesn't want his last dart of the tournament to be on single 1, but it looks like it probably will be.
Yes.
And Mark's lingering by the hockey. He was waiting for that handshake. That's the end of Mr. and Helder's campaign. Matthias, too good. The best performance we've seen in this group. That's next there.
Yeah, should be mid.
Speaking about
Average,
in
yes.
Portuguese. No way,
Very
no
steady
way.
stance.
It's my
Mark
word.
Helder, too disappointed with that 54 average.
No, he played well in patches. Of course, that is inflationary in the fact he didn't get any darts at double.
I think for Mark, he'd be looking at a 60-point scoring average he'd be impressed with. 53 is slightly on the lower side probably, but I don't think he'll be too hard done by with that average. Obviously Matthias Pist coming through there and has secured his place in the knockout round. Whether that's in first or second place, we'll find out shortly. Stay tuned.
Du bist? Ik ben Ferenc. Frans op Duits. Alles goed.
Welcome back to SDC Tour event number 8. We're here with the last group stage game between Stefan Dudelemski and Ferenc Kretsch. Both players needing to win to get out of the group. Ferenc, if he were to win, would finish second in the group, and Stefan, if he were to win, would finish first in the group. A loss for either player would likely send them home.
Matt, how do you see this game going between Ferenc Kretsch and Stefan Dudelemski?
Ferenc Kretsch is the unknown quantity here for me. I think I know what Stefan Dudelemski is going to do in this game. He's going to be a steady player, he's going to check out relatively well, and he's going to average mid to high 50s. What Ferenc Kretsch does, I don't really know. Could be high 60s, could be mid 60s, could be low 50s. So I think the outcome of this game depends on how well Ferenc Kretsch plays, not how well Stefan Dudelemski plays. On the basis of things, therefore I'm going to go for a Stefan Dudelemski win, just because I think he's the more reliable and predictable player.
Not the best start for Ferenc Kretsch there. 7 scored, never ideal. There's never a time you want to hit 7 unless you're on a 7 checkout, I think. Or maybe if you're on 39. Stefan Dudelemski also seeming a bit nervous in this one. Both players seem a little bit angsty, I would say. Do you reckon it's the fact that they both know they have to win to get out?
Yeah, possibly, James. Yeah.
You've been in this situation before yourself.
Yeah.
Obviously needing to win to get out of the group.
Yeah.
How did you compose yourself to do it on several occasions? And also, how did you do it as well? What happened when you didn't get out of the group as well? Which, you know, it's happened also on several occasions.
It's a frustrating feeling, obviously, when it doesn't happen. So it's hard not to put more pressure on yourself in a game like this. I mean, I played Cyril Pulvermuller in a decider to go through the group. Lost 3-1 or 3-2, I can't quite remember.
3-2, I think it was. You hit a nice 81 checkout punt.
Yeah.
In that game.
I played okay in that game. I didn't particularly feel more nervous, but I was very acutely aware that I needed to win to go through. Yes, darts is one of those games that even if you feel comfortable in your throw, there's small factors in there. If you change certain small things, that small changes can have a big impact on the quality of darts. And maybe that was the case for me, and the case for these two players, that maybe little changes in mindset will have a big effect on their performance.
Your furthest run up to your last 32 in the tour finals.
A couple of good wins there against some steady players. Sebastian Power, Roger Touche. I can't remember who the third one was in your group stage. But then came unstuck in the last 32, if I'm not mistaken, against Sven Gavolt.
Sven Gavolt, yeah. Good player, Sven. You don't see him perhaps in as many tour events as we possibly should.
He is back here today, of course.
Is he?
He is indeed.
I didn't realise that, James. Oh, that's good.
Sven Gavolt is here today and has won his group stage games. He played Ant Shoot earlier and I think he won.
I thought that was Sven Geiger that was in the same group. No?
No, mistaken. He did beat Ant Shoot earlier.
Crikey, very steady performances from Sven Gavolt. A couple of high 70 averages there and an 83 against Ant Shoot.
He took 2 legs off him, so
take
very
two.
impressive.
Yeah.
Ant Shoot couldn't get 2 legs off him, so...
It was 3-2 at one point, yeah, and I was throwing to level that game up. Couldn't quite convert.
So you can convert. Stefan Dudalensky, great opening stanza there.
No problems with conversions there from Dudalensky.
Wasn't any problems for conversions yesterday for England because they didn't have any. Just the drop goals.
I'll set you up and you score the try, James. Good knowledge. Ferenc Krejci. He always has a look of confusion about him, does Ferenc? Would you agree with that statement?
Yeah, he gives me a bit of a Roger Touche vibe.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. He's wearing a very similar shirt, of course, to the Touche.
He is. How has Roger Touche got on today? Do you have a look? What are your predictions for the Touche match?
I noticed that I don't think...
Is he not playing today? Or I saw his name, yeah.
He lost his first 2 games, I know that. Okay, Roger Touche in the knockout rounds after 2 wins against Angela Herger.
Mark Michel's partner, of course.
Daniel von Ullmann is the other player in that group who will likely be going through. No embarrassment in a 3-0 loss to Daniel von Ullmann, who had a good run yesterday, in fact, getting to the last 16.
It's the quarterfinals, in fact. Went one better than that.
Did he, in fact?
He did. It was his first one, we said, for a long time. Impressed with Daniel von Ullmann. We're obviously back out there in Switzerland for SDC Tour events 15 and 16, the penultimate ones before Tour finals. How are you hoping that your run will go there, Trav?
Let's just say I'm not entirely optimistic, James. When you see quality fields like we have today, it's very hard really for me to imagine myself in the mix with the big boys at the end. But if I can get to the last 16, I'd be very happy. If I can get through a couple of knockout rounds, that's my aim for my time out there.
I'd be licking my lips if I had you in my group, Matt. Licking my lips. Be a tasty game. As you see here, Ferenc Krejci is putting the boot in this second leg. Just another big number here. Even a treble puts him in comfortable position. 180 points in front and change.
Yeah, Dudalensky's not had a bad leg himself. I mean, scoring average of just over 50, but...
A couple of people in the comments saying Dudalensky is the GOAT.
Okay. The GOAT of what, can I ask?
The GOAT of Spares, of course.
Okay. Of course, it might be his darts club fans. We know he's part of the Morges Darts Club. We'll maybe Google where that is in the country. I assume that's a Swiss darts club.
How do we spell Morges?
Exactly how it sounds, James.
It is an area of Switzerland on the coast. Very nice. Looks like a very picturesque town in Morges. Nice little castle. Lovely area.
Yeah. Well, I hope all those watching Stefan today from Morges or wherever else they're from, pulling his spears and supporting him on.
Ferenc Krejci will be having multiple darts, you'd think.
He will,
at tops. Will Dudalensky become the first one to pop the fish on stream? Will he even get an opportunity to pop the fish? 2 great guides there, just barrage into them. Oh no, Ferenc Krejci berating himself, as he should. Shocking spear there, really. Ooh, no fish today for Dudalensky. He's a pescatarian. Hates the fish. Actually, pescatarians like fish. I'd say vegetarian. Another double 8 required for Ferenc Krejci. Can't find it.
Stefan Dudalensky, 110 checkout. Can he? No, he can't.
I don't like starting on 19s there. Just gonna put that out there. All right, recovers well.
If you feel more confident on the 19s, though, I don't see why you shouldn't. I mean, sometimes you've played in games where on the 20s, you felt like you can't hit it, so you've gone down to the 19s. If he's feeling more confident that he's going to hit a treble 19, I don't mind the play.
I understand what you're saying, but I think that was a premeditated dart for treble 19. I don't think that was anything with his confidence on the 20s or 19s. He hadn't switched to 19s for any of the scoring segment of that leg. So I struggle to believe that was a choice based on comfort rather than premeditation.
But realistically, you're either going to have to go 19 from 17 to 20 and 18 from that 110. So if he's feeling more confident on the 20s, don't really understand why he wouldn't stay up there, as you say. Good ending of the leg for French Kanton, and a good start to the next one as well with an 85, putting Stefan Dudalensky on the brink of exit.
Yeah, after Stefan won that first leg, French has taken control, really, hasn't he? Stefan's level has really dropped off. Like, I sort of proclaimed in the early part of this game that, you know, Stefan will average mid-50s, and this game will be decided on how well Frank plays. But it's almost not proven to be the case, as Stefan's performance has really dropped off over the last leg and a half.
As we come towards the end of our group stage games, the majority of group stage games being decided. Lauren Fent on the brink of a victory, first one in a long time. Against one of the Stauffer family members.
They're a prolific darting family, aren't they? The Stauffers, if they're all related.
Great grouping there from French Kanton, putting Stefan really under the cosh here. Darts this leg from French.
Yeah.
Will he go downstairs or stay there? He stays there. You won't mind that, I'm sure.
No, I don't mind that at all. No problems with that.
You're not a fan of leaving finishes unnecessarily.
No need there. Stefan has not showed anything that makes me think he's going to check this 301 in 12 darts or less. Next objective, I don't mind if Frank hits 60 here. Just stays on the 20s.
Sorry.
What? Did it just happen automatically, or did you exit off?
No, it just happened automatically. With the new.
Tell them Google Chrome. Go on the email and rejoin the link, I guess.
Oh, I did. Go on, it's on.
This is not smart.
Happens, your laptop crashed.
No, it's Zoom, it's not smart.
Missing.
And we're back with our coverage. A few technical issues there. I think at our end rather than the SDC's end this time.
Not on yet. And we're back with a few technical difficulties there. Stefan Dudalensky on double 20 and Frank French on double 4.
Some turnaround here because Frank was dominating this leg. I'm sorry, we had to leave you with a lack of commentary as our screen went black. And still is black. Stefan Dudalensky's really turned this leg around.
Big moments here.
It's not Thomas Taylor on commentary. You're hearing two voices. So Stefan Dudalensky, 2-1 to the goods. Wins a leg that really shouldn't have been his. Frank was over 100 points ahead in that leg and throwing at one point.
Lauren Fent takes an opening win.
Don't think it'll be enough for Lauren to get out of the group.
It's not enough for Lauren to get out of the group,
His
no.
only win.
But something that he can say, have over Mark and Helder.
Yep. But Dudalensky played poorly. 11.
We thought that last leg that Frank Clench was going to be well and comfortably in front.
Yeah.
But doing a bit of quick maths at the moment about the group standings. So obviously Stefan Dudalensky with a 3-1.
81. 899 and 21.
Apologies for that delay. We are now back, picking up the coverage. I'm glad we could get the end of this last leg decider. Stefan Dudelinski against Ferenc Kvech. Same two players we were watching just a few minutes ago.
This is a huge moment for both players here.
Yeah.
A win required for both to get out of the group.
I'm glad we could get back on for the pivotal moments. Stefan Dudelinski, slight advantage. 1:46 remaining. You'd say if either player can check this in 9, they'll win the leg, wouldn't you, James?
Whoever wins this leg gets qualification.
Correct.
So this is massive for both players. The other player will not go through the group.
48.
Huge.
48 for Stefan. Can Ferenc find one important treble? Oh, can find a double, but that's no help. No, 46. Still advantage Stefan.
Actually, thinking about the maths, I think Stefan Dudelinski might be through already.
Well, let's see. Let's not count our chickens. Let's wait for the outcome of this leg. Dudelinski, of course, would top the group for certain if he wins this leg. 24, okay, 38 scored, leaves himself 60.
Can Ferenc finish with a fanfare finish? 94 left, treble 18. Oh, that's a ropey dart.
Everything's just getting a little bit confused here, isn't it? Nothing wrong with Fat 20s, gents. If you're unsure, just go with what you know. Fat 20. Okay, is it 50 remaining for Stefan? Okay, I'll take their maths for it, and there it is. 18 for double 16. Stefan Dudelinski wraps it up.
Tops the group, 3 wins out of 3.
Yep. And that resigns Ferenc Kvech to a group stage exit.
Got a bit of scoring there from Lucas Down.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 60 required there, but we're not going to complain. The game's been settled. Stefan is through.
Hands have been shook.
Has it been ant shook?
We'll be back in, I assume it's a 1 o'clock English time, 2 o'clock Swiss time kickoff for the knockout round. So don't go anywhere, stay tuned, and we'll be back shortly.
In circa 10 Minuten geht es weiter mit den letzten 64. Auf Board 2 Sven Geiger, Joel Stauffer. Joel Stauffer, Sven Geiger, Board 2. Schreiber Yves Stauffer. Board 3 André Christen, Francesco Zitto. Francesco Zitto, André Christen, Board 3. Schreiber Ugo Betschart. Board 4 Barry Nelson, Marco Haller. Marco Haller, Barry Nelson, Board 4. Schreiber Franco Trombetta. Board 5 Marc Bichsel, Christian Arnold. Christian Arnold, Marc Bichsel, Board 5. Schreiber Patrick Störkling. Board 6 Marcel Gucker, Luis Müller. Luis Müller, Marcel Gucker. Board 6 Schreiber Beat Blüß. Board 1 Sven Gewald, Fabian Limacher. Fabian Limacher, Sven Gewald. Board 1 Schreiber Maurizio Pastorici. Board 7 Jochen Graudenz, Florian Giesler. Florian Giesler, Jochen Graudenz, Board 7. Schreiber Matthias Kurpic. Board 8 Daniel Leier, Remo Käser. Remo Käser, Daniel Leier, Board 8. Schreiber David Zink. Board 9 Felix Schierz, Michael Fuchs. Michael Fuchs, Felix Schierz. Board
Jetzt bin ich noch nicht böse, wenn der Fernseher
Schreiber
mir
Remo von Arx.
Musst du schreiben? Ja.
Board 10
Kann man nicht.
Benjamin Bürgin, Thomas Ritter. Thomas Ritter, Benjamin Bürgin.
Installieren wir nicht, oder?
Schreiber Michael Bündner. Board 11 Liam Mendel Lawrence, Timo Marti. Timo Marti, Liam Mendel Lawrence, Board 11. Schreiber
Jetzt komme ich noch auf meine
Cornelia
Leier
Wirtz.
singt und bin nur der Schweiger.
Board 12 Stefan Dudolenski, Claudio Keller. Claudio Keller, Stefan Dudolenski, Board 12. Schreiber Martin
Das ist
Heller.
doch dann Karl, oder?
Board 13 Lukas Dahlmann, Roger Tüscher. Roger Tüscher, Lukas Dahlmann, Board 13. Schreiber Hans-Peter Schwitter. Board 14 Michael Voracek, Christoph Schumann. Christoph Schumann, Michael Voracek, Board 14. Schreiber J.D. Wollhaber.
Maximal alles kaputt.
Board 15 Adrian Vierter, Lukas Albert. Lukas Albert, Adrian Vierter, Board 15. Schreiber Dominik Bohr. Board 16 Patrick Danter, Cedric Lehmann. Cedric Lehmann, Patrick Danter, Board 16. Schreiber Simon Stauffer. Board 17 Marco Obst, Stefan Scheidecker. Stefan Scheidecker, Marco Obst, Board 17. Schreiber Thomas Wiesler.
Sanität holen.
Jetzt schaust du mal.
Silvio Catalli, Fabio Piscitelli. Fabio Piscitelli, Silvio Catalli, Board 18. Schreiber Mirko Maluch.
Irgendwie ist der
Board 19. Stefan Belmont, René Soller. René Soller, Stefan Belmont, Board 19. Schreiber Pascal Voits. Board 20. Daniel von Almen, Andreas Heimann. Andreas Heimann, Daniel von Almen, Board 20. Schreiber Angela Herger, Board 21. Hagen Sens, Sebastian Jacobi. Sebastian Jacobi, Hagen Sens, Entschuldigung. Hagen Sens, Matthias Appitz. Matthias Appitz, Hagen Sens, Board 21. Schreiber Team Flückiger. Bord 22. Yannick Einzos, Sebastian Jacobi. Sebastian Jacobi, Yannick Einzos, Bord 22. Schreiber Fabrizio Barone. Bord 23. Fabian Schor, Marc Konzelmann. Marc Konzelmann, Fabian Schor, Bord 23. Schreiber Heinz Griesen. Bord 24. Enrico Rösling, Yannick Lüdi. Yannick Lüdi, Enrico Rösling, Bord 24. Schreiber Mika Flückiger.
Was Frisur sind es denn? Frisur sind
Bord 26. Daniele Galizzioli, Daniel Burkhardt. Daniel Burkhardt, Daniele Galizzioli, Bord 26.
Hey, was ist da los? Mit dem Finger
Schreiber Frank Schröder. Bord 27. Stefan Oetterli, Ensch Sud. Ensch Sud, Stefan Oetterli, Bord 27. Schreiber Konrad Christen. Bord 28. Stephen Wilkinson, Aaron Schrenn. Aaron Schrenn, Stephen Wilkinson, Bord 28. Schreiber Juri Ward. Bord 29. Andi Bless, Thomas Schremli. Thomas Schremli, Andi Bless, Bord 29. Schreiber Felipe Simoes. Bord 30. Rocco Fulciniti, Thomas Eschimann. Thomas Eschimann, Rocco Fulciniti, Bord 30. Schreiber Luigino Gasperina. Bord 31. Sandro Schmid, Alexander Zivanovic. Alexander Zivanovic, Sandro Schmid, Bord 31. Schreiber Chris Rappo. Bord 32. Antonio
weiß ich, jetzt ist scheiße. Ja, ich kann das schon. Ab und zu kann ich das in Reihe machen.
Dann musst du zwei, das geht nicht auf.
Je viel, das ist meistens schlimmer. Ja, und am Abend siehst du dann Geigen wieder. Perfekt. Immer noch nicht.
Mein Finger funktioniert nicht.
Knopf drücken. Nein, der andere, glaube ich. Ah, nein.
Kannst du durchrufen, wenn es wieder weitergeht?
Du bist Limacher Fabian? Ja, genau. Gut, hast du da.
Hello and welcome back to the knockout portion of Swiss Dance Corporation Tour Event 8. We are going to be watching a very tasty game in our 64 between Limacher and Sven in the vault. Just preview a couple of other tasty encounters in this round as well.
Best of 7 leg. Ja, jetzt steht's so.
We'll be keeping you updated with throughout the course of the games. Sven Geiger against Joel Stauffer. Joel Stauffer looking to cause an upset there. We saw him on our stream board yesterday, of course. Lucas Dahlman, Roger Tusha. Good to see Roger Tusha getting out of the group again. Much improved player in the 2023 season. Stefan Belmont, René Sora. Mighty battles with John Mulhander. Slightly stiff.
Ja, das Problem ist mein Mischfinger.
If it was Mulhander that won that game, that would be incredible.
Doch, das wäre beim Spiel auch nicht passiert.
Zu langsam spielen.
Marcel Walton against Luis Camacho.
Yeah, that was a tasty game, wasn't it? Almost brushed past Marcel Walton and Luis Camacho. Camacho's got chances there. Walton's not been playing very well today.
Camacho didn't have the best group stage, that's one thing. Thomas Ike against Rocco will be a good game.
Will,
as well.
Thomas Aikman's a good player.
Outside. Sehen.
Yeah, obviously the quality's a little bit spread in this last 64 round. Still lots of players in the knockout portion, but we have two of the better players here.
Both 3P stackers, these two. Both like to stack their darts on top of each other. You're a bit of a stacker yourself. How do you find their throws? Whose throw do you prefer?
If I'm being honest, I don't particularly like either of their throwers. Just from an aesthetics point of view and a mechanical point of view, I don't think either of them have the kind of perfect techniques. Sven's is probably a little bit more controlled, a little bit more measured than Fabian's, but yeah, if I'm being honest, I don't think either have got the most easy on the eye technique.
Maybe I was wrong on Lee Mack. He's not a stacker. I thought he was a stacker when we used to watch him play, but seems to be an understacker.
I'd call him a shoveler. He just kind of shovels the darts. So with a shovel you can get sideways, upways, downways. Right.
Good start here from Sven Gavolt. On a finish off 9. Sign of a professional Sparesman. He isn't. See, this was weird with Lee Mack because his last 3 darts were very much understacked. Those 3 there were very flattened.
Yeah. The second dart was shovelled on top of that first one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It didn't look room, but it's a good deflection. Ooh, a couple of bad bits of rust spray there from Sven. He's got time on his side in this leg. So we can overstack on that one.
Goes downstairs, so 6 darts from 137, maybe even more. We'll need them.
Bits of rust from Sven. More. The rust continues. Okay, great last start.
Good luck. Yeah, 79 scored.
Rescues what was a shaky period there for Sven.
Don't really know what happened there.
Yeah,
Couple of dodgy
he
flags
broke
there.
a fairly firm dart, Fabian, but that just didn't even register, did it, with the board?
18 for tops here for Sven Gavolt.
Very professionally done. Leg 1, 17 darts is all it needed. Count. What's your score prediction in this one, James? How do you see it going?
I'm going to go for 4-2 to Sven Gavolt.
Okay.
What about yourself?
Yeah, we were talking about it before the game. Sven Gavolt is the favourite to win this one, obviously. I'm going to say 4-1 to Sven. Yeah, break the throw. Can't see his own throw being under too much challenge, but let's see.
It's a great first start for him to hit that 180. The areas are perfect. There it is. Finds that 180.
It's a booyah. Will we get a fist bump? A fist bump, sorry? A chest bump from Sven Gavolt?
No, he's notorious for these on tour. This chest bumped against you when he beat you 4-2.
Good.
To his colleague and friend Sven Geiger.
Bumping chests together, weren't they?
Bit 3Ps those last 2.
He does have a tendency to be 3P, does Sven, if we're being honest. He doesn't throw a particularly firm dart.
No,
He's that sort of...
they do 3.
I don't want to say dribble into the board, but they don't enter with venom, do they?
No.
And when they hit the board, they do tend to, I guess, roll backwards on themselves, which you may call a debut. He's been the better player here in these opening 2 legs.
106 left for Sven Gavolt. Sorry, 116 left for Sven Gavolt. I thought it was a treble 5. I think the scoring is slightly incorrect there, but can't argue with the score. It's the same score here again. It's 92. Will he put in 82 again? No, he's putting the right score this time.
Sven Gavolt, treble 20 for double 18. Just be staying there. Just 3 baddies.
Probably enough.
Yeah, you'd say more than enough. Don't think Fabian's got this in 6 in the locker. Need a treble this visit. Finds it, okay.
82.94 left. Doable check out for Fabian. Will he get a shot though?
It's on the larger side, of course, but achievable from out of his talents.
One in hand for Sven at double 10.
Sven for 10. Wayward, yeah, not good.
So Fabian 94. Will he go bullseye route or treble 18? Goes the aggressive route. Finds
Great
it.
find. Can he see enough of this double 18? He can. There it is.
Oh.
Yeah, booyah. Great composed finish from Fabian. After that first starting single four, you worried for him a little bit, didn't you?
Sven Gavolt nodding his head. Great.
Big readjustment to find the treble 18, but did.
That's that perfect first start. We were talking about Sven Gavolt's.
Bottom wire is exactly where he wants it, isn't it, Sven?
I don't think Fabian Limak has been at his brilliant best in this game, but just done the right things at the right time to keep him in it.
94 checkout, yeah. And it's treble 19 in the last week before that to rescue what was that setup play.
Sven Gavolt has found that bottom wire of that treble 20 a couple of times. Bounce out though.
Spits out Sven's darts as well. I said Limak wouldn't check the 176 in 6 darts. He proved me very much wrong. That's what it took for him to win the second leg.
Some interesting games going on around the board. Joel Stauffer 2 down on Sten Geiger.
None of the big names in trouble yet. Leonelda Lawrence again having a disappointing game there on board 11. He's had a poor weekend, hasn't he? His numbers really haven't been where you'd expect them to be. Dudalensky coming out firing in the last 64. 2-0 up and averaging 73 and change.
How's the other man from our group stage getting on? Where is the German man himself? Matthias Apist 1-1 against Hagen Sens currently.
Difficult opponent, Hagen. 60.
I would say Matthias Apist is probably favourite in that one.
Ooh, well, interesting. Disagree with you there.
Andy Bless coming out with steady darts, 75 average. 2-0 up on Thomas Skramli.
Early stages still, of course, in these last 64 games. The round before the prize money, of course. That's an incentive for everyone to get over the line in this one. Limak are a long way back here.
Sven Gavolt, thought he had time last time.
Yes, he was a little bit careless, wasn't he, at the back end of the leg? A little bit of spray like this crept into his previous legs, yeah.
Doesn't want to be doing that again and again, because 2 more of those and Limak was back in the leg.
Men of this quality are always capable of hitting a ton or a ton 40, aren't they? Almost on demand, so...
I'm not a huge fan of the Limak throw. It's very robotic, but the darts aren't going into the board at the same angles. It's not repeatable.
I think part of his problem is it's hard to tell on this view, but I think he grips the dart with a lot of fingers. I think there's a lot of elements that are touching the barrel. I think he's holding it with at least 3 fingers, if not 4, at the point of release. And I think there's times where some of those fingers are misaligned when he's throwing, which would explain the angles of entry differing. Might be wrong.
Not sure about that outer ball last dart shot, but each to their own. Gavolt won't want to give him a shot though. Does give him a shot.
I like the Sven Gavolt darts, don't you? They looked aesthetically pleasing, didn't they?
A very professional setup. Just going to be 3 big numbers here, probably. Oh, not even
that's
that.
a wild dart. You can see the entry again is all wrong on that. He's misreleased that last one by a long way.
Sven Gavolt doesn't give him any more opportunities there. 2-1 up.
I think every leg around the boards now has had a first leg settled. No games remaining at 0-0 anymore.
Mendel Lawrence back level pegging.
Yes.
Stefan Dudalensky 1 away now against Claudio Keller.
A high quality game there between Christian Arnold, who we saw go into the quarterfinals, I think, yesterday, against Mark Bichel. Could be a tough weekend for Bichel. 2-2 in that one.
Bookie Barry Nelson 2-1 up on Marco Haller. Marcel Walpen dispatching of Luis Camacho 3-0 up at the moment.
Yeah, I thought Camacho might have had a sniff in that one, but
no game yet to be completed. Marco Obst 2-1 up on Stefan Schidiger. Jochen Grauden's putting in that high average again. 2-0 up on Florian Gisler.
so a must-win leg for Lee Mack, you feel now. Advantage Cavald here. Good last start treble.
Good first start here. First time we've seen Lee Mack have that first start in the treble 20.
You're right. His first start placement has been relatively poor in this game, hasn't it?
Indeed. I don't know if you've noticed his darts also do seem to be causing a bit of damage to that treble 20. The points. I don't know what points they are. You can see a couple of scuffs, and they're not from Sven Gewaldt's darts.
Interesting, this board's obviously been used in our group stage. Relatively little damage from the group stage. Yeah, you're right. Lee Mack has caused a few tears, hasn't he, of the fibres. No problems for Jochen Graudens. He'll be sailing on through there. Averaging 89 so far.
I said that yesterday, 3-0 up, and then he came up against Fabian Lee Mack, who won 4 on the spin. I think this time he should have enough for his opponent.
That's a great first start as well. Lee Mack right back in the leg now.
Not sure about the need to switch there, but 92 left. We'll just be looking at that treble 20.
Oh, great darts. Yeah.
Sven Gewaldt will only be able to just apply pressure.
He started this leg poorly, Lee Mack, but he's come right back into it now.
Just a 60 for Gewaldt.
Couple of 2 treble visits, of course. So Lee Mack on 32.
That's a wild one. The angle of entry of these seem very crazy, but controls that last one very nicely. Hagen-Sense 3-1 up on Matthias Apitz. Matthias Apitz averaging 2 points higher than Hagen-Sense, but not converting on the doubles. And he blessed the first player through to the knockout, to the next round of the knockouts. Marcel Guga following him just behind. Both players winning 4-0 and 4-1 respectively. Oh, apologies. Stefan Dudalensky is the first one through. Saw him on stream earlier today.
Stefan the GOAT, of course.
He's upped his performance. 68 average.
Noticeably, yeah.
Significantly higher than what we saw before. Our first start for Gewaldt is perfect. Just stack one on top. 99 is probably enough for now.
Of course, this is the Sven Gewaldt throw. And what now is a best of 3 contest. That's 18s from Fabian Lee Mack there. The lesser spotted treble 18, really.
Scores pretty much level 2 apiece. 4 points in it. I'd like to see this one go to a last leg decider. You can always tell the minerals of the player when it goes to a last leg shootout.
Fabian, no strangers to last leg deciders, of course. You mentioned that victory over Groudens yesterday.
Yeah.
He can find another treble here. No, he doesn't. Still a good visit from Fabian. Another ton. It's now just been Sven, the man who's spraying left and right a little bit more.
I've seen a few players struggle to get their darts to stick in the board. That Mark had a few bounce outs and he had 2 on the floor. Lee Mack had one earlier this game, and Gewaldt's are hanging on by a thread. Just 58. Scores pretty much level.
Yeah. Will he stay there? Yeah, he does. Oh, put loads of room in the bed.
Good 140 there. 48 left when he comes back. Perfect first start for Lee Mack. Can he find a 140? Didn't really want to spray there.
No, that wasn't the play, was it? Even a straight 20 was valuable there. Put the vault on double 16.
Can he use that as a guide and go in between the 2?
Potentially just bounce off the barrel and in. Okay, goes inside. It's Lee Mack. Let's check 94. And we have 95.
Goes the bullseye route. Good guide for the bull. If he
yeah, it is. It's a brilliant guide for the bull, but it'll be double 5 instead. Oh, dear me.
He's busted the score. That is criminal.
Ah, ja, das Bild. Ja, habe ich jetzt gerade dazu.
That
Von
is
da nicht gesehen,
criminal,
das Ultra hast und das
What a shame. He's unlikely to be back, but a real chance, and he knows it. Good vault now on twos.
I would keep this very conservative, wouldn't go inside, and he's done that. Unlikely that Limacher will check 95.
Oh, he really should be back for a double here, Limacher.
20 and
25 again.
It's a great guide on the bull as well.
Oh, it's on the wire.
That,
Unlucky.
that couldn't be closer without going in.
He's throwing 2 excellent darts at 25 there.
Okay, to our first last leg decider in the boards. On board 5 between Mark Michel and Christian Arnold.
Indeed we are. This one headed in that same direction. Gavolt in trouble. Gavolt misses more doubles. I think that's 9 have come and gone now for Gavolt. Limacher. An opportunity I didn't think he'd get. He's on 25, not 20, of course. Ritzio just fiddling the scores a little bit there.
That's nice of Limacher. He could have gone up and just hit double 10,
yeah.
but
He knew what he was on. Oh, we need to miss the big number. Fabian, he's doing it the hard way here.
double 4, 1 dart in hand.
Finds it.
No,
Oh, he doesn't. Oh!
It's just inside.
Spoke too soon.
Oh, Gavolt has bust first dart as well. I always think with your first dart on double 1, go really high. Just get your arm flowing. It's always the play, in my opinion. As Limacher finds it second dart. 3-2 up on Gavolt. Gavolt's going to need a breaker throw here. Interesting game.
That was a really scrappy leg, wasn't it? Gavolt will be kicking himself. He scored really well. Got down to a double after 18. And just couldn't finish his dinner, could he? Miss after miss on double 8, double 4, double 2. Went around the houses. Couple of games getting completed thick and fast now. Harkin Sense had too much for Mateus Apitz in the end there. 4-1 Victor. Obst and Belmont cruising through. Schötz through. Groudon's through. Yeah, no trouble for some of those big names and big seeds in the last 64.
Playing Gavolt in control of this leg now. Treble will put him firmly in control, but can't find it. Since the first leg, he's not really been able to find those trebles.
Yeah, they both started really brightly, didn't they? The first 2 legs of this game were really bright from both, but it's gotten scrappier, hasn't it, as the game's gone on?
That to me looks like the bed is blocked when he's thrown that first dart. I don't really get the need to stay there. Okay, fine, it might help you just hit the big numbers, but I suppose the big numbers is probably going to be enough at the moment, especially the way Gavolt's throwing without any trebles. That's perfect for another one.
Back on the 19s.
That's perfect for another one. Can he find it? Goes upstairs. Surprised about that.
2 good tons back to back there from Fabian. And Sven now is in desperate need of a treble. It's as close as you can get without being in. So Fabian, well, look at the 19s again.
3 straight darts would probably be enough, but does spray with his first. Oh, and another one on the floor.
That was an unlucky deflection, that. You could see it hit the barrel of the 20 and ricochet somewhere near the 12.
That's an unlucky dart from Gavolt. I don't know why he's staying there.
Yeah, he really shouldn't. You couldn't work with that first dart, could you?
7 points in it. Limacher finds a
dart.
treble. Can he find another? 88 left. Will he go treble 16? No, stays there. Okay. Gavolt will have first pop at a finish.
20. No, he's just come up a little bit dry on the treble 20, doesn't he? He's been close, but he's not quite had the rub of the green on the trebles.
Good last dart of bull. Leaves in a 2-darter.
We get a bite. Limacher.
65 for Limacher. Will he go out of bull or will he go? He does go out of bull.
Yeah, goes the aggressive play.
Okay, leaves tops.
Let's see if he made the right decision. Had 2 really close darts on bull, of course, on the On the 95
It's
checkout.
just going to be one dart for Bolt at the tops.
This game at 3 apiece.
That is
Wow.
nowhere near. Man of Gabolt's standard, you'd expect him to be a little bit closer than that. Limacher, double top. Finds it, sends home Sven Gabolt. Not the best day for Sven Gabolt. 67 average, not enough, just the 64 for Limacher.
Gavolt had his chances, didn't he? It was all about that fifth leg where he missed 9+ darts. That was the telling moment in that game. And Fabian managed to punish him and get over the line. We're reaching the real business end now of these last 64 games. There's 10 games left in progress now. In trouble for a couple of the other bigger players as well. Daniel Van Olmen looks to be cruising through against Andreas Hyman. And Schud averaging 70s. Looks to be progressing well again against Stefan.
413's a classic going on at the moment. Roger Tusha and Lucas Dalman.
Yeah, Lucas Dalman. We've seen him average 80 this weekend, but he's nowhere near that level today. Tush just has that level of bringing players down to his level.
Roger is a gun spearsman when he wants to be.
Tusha has got levels to his game that he never used to have.
He does, and I think that's ever since he started playing you.
Maybe. I'd like Roger to attribute some of his recent success to me. That'd be nice. He's been on our live stream several times, of course. We've hopefully made some insightful comments for him.
We'll be back shortly for the summary of the last 64 and to preview the last 32.
Ohne Scheiß, ja.
So, dann geht es weiter mit den letzten 32. Auf Board 2. Sven Geiger, André Christen. André Christen, Sven Geiger, Board 2. Board 3. Barry Nelson, Christian Arnold. Christian Arnold, Barry Nelson, Board 3. Board 4. Marcel Bunker, Fabian Limacher. Fabian Limacher, Marcel Bunker, Board 4. Schreiber René Soller. Board 5. Jochen Graudenz, Daniel Leier. Daniel Leier, Jochen Graudenz, Board 5. Schreiber Andreas Heimann. Board 6. Felix Schierz, Thomas Ritter. Thomas Ritter, Felix Schierz, Board 6. Schreiber Matthias Abwitz. Board 7. Liam Mendel Lawrence, Stefan Dudolensky. Stefan Dudolensky, Liam Mendel Lawrence, Board 7. Schreiber Janik Kleinzos. Board 8. Lukas Dahlmann, Michael Voracek. Michael Voracek, Lukas Dahlmann, Board 8. Schreiber Marc Kunzelmann. Board 9. Adrian Vierter, Patrick Ganter. Patrick Ganter, Adrian Vierter, Board 9. Schreiber Janik Lüdi. Board 10. Marco Obst, Fabio Piscitelli. Fabio Piscitelli. Marco Obst, Board 10. Schreiber Luis Camacho. Board 11. Stefan Belmont, Daniel von Almen. Daniel von Almen, Stefan Belmont, Board 11. Schreiber Daniel Burkhardt. Board 1. Hagen Sens, Sebastian Jacobi. Sebastian Jacobi, Hagen Sens, Board 1. Schreiber Stefan Epperli. Board 12. Fabian Schor, Enrico Rössling. Enrico Rössling, Fabian Schor, Board 12. Schreiber Juri Barth. Board 13. Marcel Walpen, Daniele Calizzoli. Daniele Calizzoli, Marcel Walpen, Board 13. Schreiber Thomas Schremli. Board 14. Ensch Sud, Aaron Schrem. Aaron Schrem, Ensch Sud, Board 14. Schreiber Thomas Eschiran. Board 15. Andi Bless, Rocco Fulciniti. Rocco Fulciniti, Andi Bless, Board 15. Schreiber Sandro Schmid. Und Board 16. Alexander Zivanovic, Antonio Polisena. Antonio Polisena, Alexander Zivanovic, Board 16. Schreiber Stefan Felder.
Welcome back to our knockout coverage from SDC Tour Event 8. All of the last 64 games have of course now finished, and we have our last 32 players. Some really tasty ties in the last 32 rounds, as to be expected. Perhaps a couple of the ties of the round: Stefan Belmont versus Daniel von Ullmann. Is this the end of the weekend for Mr. von Ullmann? Marcel Wolpen against Daniel Galizioli, a name we haven't become that familiar with. We'll see if it's more plain sailing for Marcel. Perhaps the best game of the round for me, not featured on our live streaming board: Andy Bless versus Rocco Fulciniti. And that's been a semi-final, maybe even a final of an SDC event before between those two players. Certainly two former winners. meeting in the last 32 today. The game that we'll be watching is Hagen Sensed against Sebastian Jacobi. These two players in front of you now.
Hopefully we'll get the change of camera angle sorted as soon as possible.
Sebastian Jacobi, a player I can't say I know that much about. Do you, James? Have you heard his name before?
No, I've not seen it. How did he get on today?
Let's find out. Sebastian Jacobi came through second in his group with Liam Mendel-Lawrence. With some steady performances, it has to be said. A couple in the 70s there. British decided Yannick Kanzos in the last 64. A stiffer test here, you'd say, against Hagen Sensed. The game is now underway. One comment about Hagen Sensed that if you're watching at home, you may be thinking too. I always think he has incredibly long arms for a fairly normally sized man.
I'll have to have a look. I've not noticed.
No, it's all I can notice when he's throwing. There's certainly a lot of arm, and it's far away from his body, which I think accentuates how long his arms are.
He does have relatively long arms, but I don't know if it's because his throw is so like his arm is so accentuated from his throw.
It's because his arm is away from his body, yes, that you don't get the perception as clearly as a throw like Sebastian's, for example.
Wonder if this time yesterday we saw lots of upsets in.
We did see some big names flying out in this round, yeah.
Only one really noticeable player in the quarterfinals yesterday. Will we have the same today?
I suppose Schötz and Belmont, both established names, weren't they? But
yeah,
it was that bottom half of the draw that really opened up, wasn't it, at this kind of stage in the tournament.
No Joel Brighton-Moser today, I noticed.
No Joel Brighton-Moser. Great dart there from Hagen Sensed. Can he find another? Really put the boot in? Just a ton.
Probably enough, you'd say?
It's a very 4 to 5 evens kind of like this one now. That's in. Treble 18. Ooh, that's not in.
Good effort, 74 left. Which way will he go? Goes 14. His darts do lay relatively flat, so should be alright should he come.
Yeah, 60 shouldn't cause him as many problems as for some players. Walking Helder being one.
86 left. 68 for Hagen if he returns.
So Jacobi for 60.
It's a break throw. That to me is almost
yeah, I don't know if that's helpful. Yeah, it wasn't. The play might have been to just move across there.
Yeah,
try and find a more exposed bit of the bed. Oh, Hagen, you're on 48, son. Missed the big number and then missed it again. Careless.
That is really careless. High from Jacobi on the first one, but just nicely to go 1-0 up over Sensed.
The bump returns.
Great first start here from Jacobi as well.
He's using a really ribbed pair of darts there, isn't he? All you can see is ribbing on those darts.
Lots of ribbing.
Lots of ribbing. There's nothing but ribbing. There's no plain surface of metal.
Good darts from Hagen Sensed there. Gets himself back in the leg.
I suspect they're quite a heavy pair of darts as well that Jacobi's using. I'd guess high 20 grams if I had to make a prediction.
One thing I find with Jacobi's throw, and somewhat with Hagen Sensed throw, you're not seeing it so much here, but with Jacobi's throw, the darts are all going in at different angles, which suggests that they're not being thrown the same way every time. One dart is high, one dart is slightly drooped, one dart is, they're all at different angles, which you shouldn't really see. You won't see any pro players like MVG, his darts will all go in at the same angle unless he's brushed a barrel of another dart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting point you make. I don't think you can perfectly tell from this camera angle about the way they lie. Like that looks as though it's lied over to the left, that dart in the treble. Obviously only Sebastian will have the clearest view on that, but I do take your point that they don't lie consistently as some darts players' entries, do they?
That being Limac was a prime example in the last game. He is, we're going all over the place.
but still managed to find his way around the board.
Yeah, he had more than enough, didn't he, in the end, for Sven Gavolt. So Hagen sensed in a prime spot to break back here. 60's okay, you won't mind that. They weren't brilliantly thrown, but he'll take 60 from that position, I think. Poor dart from Sebastian, and he knows it. He knows a treble would have applied. Big pressure there on Hagen. Now looks at tops himself.
Check.
Right,
adjustment.
Yeah.
Much better leg that one than the first one. 18 darter.
Good darts from Hagen, yeah. He just stayed a lot straighter, didn't he? Just hit a lot of 60s and a lot of tons. And that got him down in the 18 darts, as you say.
Not the best ton there, but ton nonetheless.
Yeah, it doesn't matter which part of the 20 it hits, does it? As long as it's in. You can say that about any segment on the board.
A tighter group ton there.
Sven Geiger, you could just see on board 2 there, opposite across from this one. He's not messing about. 2-0 up on Andre Christen. I'm sure you don't need us to remind you, still first of 4 legs in this last 32 game. Good day for Barry Nelson continues. 62 average, 2-0 up on Christian Arnold.
75 average.
Liam Mendel Lawrence playing a little bit better in this one as well against our man from the group stages, Dudalensky.
Market Obst 1-0 up, 75 average for him.
Dudo in the doo-doo there, 2-0 down against Liam Mendel Lawrence.
The 62 average you mentioned for Ant Schude, who's 2-0 down on Aaron Schrem. Blessy and Rocco providing a classic over on board 15.
You could say Aaron Schremp is barbecuing Ant Schude there.
Barely dispatching of Von Orman pretty nicely so far, 2-0 up.
Sense with another good ton there.
These are a pair of darts I think I've seen Peter Wright use before. Not his regular pair.
These heavily ribbed darts.
Not these ones, no, the ones that Hagen Sensed are using. Peter Wright has used these ones in the past. Not to much success, I think, but...
Hagen looking there for treble 18 in the bullseye.
Okay, 96 scored, 68 left. 126 for Jacobi incoming. Okay. Good adjustment.
Good readjustment,
62,
yeah.
treble 10.
Oh, yeah, good play from Sebastian there.
Good pressure.
Yeah, who would you rather be now, James?
I would rather be sensed, but that's because I'd rather have the throw opportunity. That's a risky dart. Double 12.
24 for 24. Misses double 12.
Jacobi in prime position.
Double 16 for a third break. And our third leg. No, on the wire.
Well thrown darts.
Yeah,
Can't
couldn't
be too disappointed
get
with that.
closer than that, really, could you?
Andy Bless averaging 92 against Rocco at the moment.
Yeah, I didn't want that game on the live stream, James. Yeah, doesn't look as though it's up to much, does it? After 3 legs, Rocco averaging
darts from Hagen
85
Sensei.
only as well.
They only put the best quality on the stream.
They do, yeah. They do, yeah.
Hagen Sensed. Now you think in pole position in this one? Do you think he could run away with it here 4-1?
No, I don't think he will. I'm going to say this game goes to a last leg decider. I think Hagen wins it in a last leg decider. I think Sebastian won't just roll over. As you say, his grouping has probably been the tighter of the 2 players.
Yeah.
I think eventually that might catch up with Hagen.
It's very hard to have tight grouping when your throw is released from above your head.
Look how long his arms are. They go down significantly below his waist. That'll be the last comment about the length of his arms in this game.
Good dart from Sensey there.
I'm not sure you've played, James, against Russell Speed, a British darts player.
Never heard of Russell Speed, no.
You have heard of Russell Speed. He
No,
got
I've not.
promoted in the colder divisions this year.
Okay.
Goes a little bit like Russell Speed. Not sure Russell will be watching today. But if you are, keep him well. Okay, goes for the ball, last dart. Executes well.
Good first dart there
Yeah.
from Sebastian Jacobi.
Just stay straight, Sebastian. Yeah, okay, does. He does. So advantage Sebastian here. Ooh, wild from Hagen here.
Good last dart.
Yeah, very good. But he has left 80, needless to say.
80's an easy checkout. 2020 tops.
It's one of the most difficult checkouts, I think, in the game of darts. So I suspect Sebastian will be back.
Difficult for you or for everyone?
It's a difficult checkout.
You would argue this is impossible to hit now, which Hagen Sense has agreed that it is impossible to hit now.
Sebastian should get to... Wow, that's nowhere near the big 16. That's closer, but it's still not in big 16.
Yeah, Corby. Terrible shares.
Really poor. Really poor. For a man with tight grouping, he could not group around big 16 that saved his life.
These are two of the worst bids. Those are the three worst bids I've ever seen.
I thought this was a last 32 live stream knockout game.
Oh,
not group stage rubbish.
This is fodder. Oh, it's in from Jacobi.
Well, I'm not sure he entirely deserved that leg, but it's in his ledger. It's a 2 apiece. So we've got a couple of games finishing in our last 32. Groudon's again, mid-80s, high 80s, as he brushes aside Daniel Leia.
You see our first 180 of this game from Sebastian Jacobi.
Felix Schötz, 4-0 winner. He'll be marching on through as well. Marcel Walpen, whitewash against Daniel Gazioli.
Felix Schötz will hope that he can pick up his first SDC Tour title this weekend. Good second sphere there from Hagen Sense, puts himself back in the leg.
Yeah. Nicely poised leg, this one. 180, obviously. A big asset for Sebastian. That looks to be an 85. Good left start.
235 left for Hagen Sense. Can't find the outer ball.
Advantage Sebastian here. Another 63 straight. And a good spot here to break. Yeah,
Just the
the
41.
loose grouping of Hagen coming into its own now, isn't it? It's he's sort of paying the price for that lack of consistency. 19 should be the play here, you'd think. Okay, 40 hit.
76 left.
Hagen. 125. I don't think he can really stay there. Okay, he does. 60's minimum requirement here. 59. All right.
Sven Geiger and Stefan Belmont both progressing into the last 16. 61 left for Jacobi.
Now to Buller 11 the shot here.
I think I'd be aggressive on the treble 11 here. Which he
It was
is.
aggressive. But without reward, I believe 37 left. Unless my maths is failing me.
I think you're right, 37. Oh,
He hates big numbers, doesn't he, Sebastian? Hates them.
27 left. Hagen Sense 86.
Hagen's slight favourite now, you'd say.
Single 18 up for the ball.
Looks good card for treble. Doesn't find it. Come on! Oh, he found the bullseye!
86 on the bullseye.
That's an amazing finish from Hagen. Under pressure as well. Sebastian didn't get himself a dart, did he? He was right royally punished by Hagen Sense.
4-0 win for Patrick Ganter. Goes into the last 16 at a canter.
Certainly does.
Barry Nelson pinned back by Arnold. 2-2 there currently. And Schude going under the radar, still in the competition.
He is,
yeah. Aaron Schremp.
For a young lad, he certainly knows how to win, doesn't he? Ant Sud.
The awful game that's on board 15 between Andy Bless and Rocco Fortuniti also poised
Yeah.
to all.
For me, that game just never promised to be the tie of the round. Yeah.
It's a shame that the SDC committee didn't agree.
Yeah. Oh, fancy number 2, Jakob.
This is looking poised to go to a last leg
Yes, it is.
decider.
Yes, it is.
We have seen Jacobi in this position before, being quite far in front and just being clawed back.
Good tight 60 there from Hagen.
Barry Nelson on the brink of getting out.
Bookies don't pay out this early though, do they, James? Still 2 legs to go potentially in that one.
Yeah, he was thinking that he was going to get that bet 365. you know when they give the offer when you go 2 goals in front and they pay out early. You can't pay out early at 3-2.
He's only 1 leg in front, of course, not 2, but
he was 2-0 up at the start of the game. It's now 3-2 down.
Of course, we open this game with 3 consecutive breaks of throw. We now look set for 3 consecutive holds in a row.
I'm going to switch it to the 18s, I'm sure.
Does. I'd have stayed on the 20s.
You probably would have done, yeah.
I think the 20s were the play there.
You would have probably hit Fat 5.
Treble 5 would have left to finish, wouldn't it?
You love hitting Fat 5.
Sebastian.
Oh
my goodness.
Start.
Treble 20 for the bullseye again.
Oh.
Not to be. But there's pressure on this.
A bit of pressure.
Yeah. In 2 dart range, isn't he, Hagen? So 58. Hit the big number, please. He does. Now for tops. It's on the way.
Good guide. Oh my gosh. What has happened there?
That was a dart for tops, in case you were confused.
So Hagen sent 75-18 for double 20.
For a 4-2 victory. A little bit of lag. And a little bit of drag. High of the target. Sebastian then back for 39. That's single 7 for double 16.
Hasn't got it by the look
No,
of his face.
I don't believe he has.
Shame that we don't have the footage.
We can get this footage of tops and Hagen Sense wrapping up the game.
Double 10s.
Maybe at 5s now. Oh, there, 4 spares.
A bit of rust spray there. Jacobi on double 4. Just outside. Can he use that? Double 2, 1 in hand. Hasn't found
Looks
it.
disgusted with himself. We can't see the double segment. But that face tells you all you need to know.
Oh, bless and Rocco only into a last leg decider. What a shame. Hagen Sense.
Oh, screenshot that face. As Hagen Sense lets you know all you need to see. 4-2 victor. Over Sebastian Jacobi.
65 average. Nicely through into the next round. Probably going to getting the competition start to get a little bit tougher now. So Hagen Sense needs to stay on the edge of his feet.
Yeah. Probably the better of the 2 players. I think his experience in the SDC just told towards the end there, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. It was just hitting the big numbers. And
the big numbers and the doubles, yeah. Sebastian just wasn't up to the grade, was he?
We'll be back shortly for the last 16.
Achtelfinale. Auf Board 2 Sven Geiger, Barry Nelson. Barry Nelson, Sven Geiger, Board 2. Schreiber Fabio Piscitelli. Board 3 Marcel Gucker, Jochen Graudenz. Jochen Graudenz, Marcel Gucker, Board 3. Schreiber René Soller. Board 4 Felix Schierz, Liam Mendel Lawrence. Liam Mendel Lawrence, Felix Schierz, Board 4. Schreiber Sebastian Jacobi. Board 5 Lukas Dahlmann, Patrick Ganter. Patrick Ganter, Lukas Dahlmann, Board 5. Schreiber Enrico Rösling. Board 1 Marco Obst, Stefan Belmont. Stefan Belmont, Marco Obst, Board 1. Schreiber Daniele Galizioli. Board 6 Hagen Senst, Fabian Schor. Fabian Schor, Hagen Senst, Board 6. Schreiber Aaron Schremp. Board 7 Marcel Walpen, Ensch Sud. Ensch Sud, Marcel Walpen, Board 7. Schreiber Andy Bless. Board 8 Rocco Fulciniti, Alexander Zivanovic. Alexander Zivanovic, Rocco Fulciniti. Board 8 Schreiber Marc Inhelder.
Welcome back to the last 16. SDC Tour Event 8, live from Lucerne. And we have two brilliant players for you, Marco Obst and Stefan Belmont. Perhaps the two most informed players of the 2023 season, I think that would be fair to say. They're meeting here in the last 16. The winner of this, of course, would have their eyes firmly fixed on the title. Will it be another weekend double for Stefan Belmont? Time will tell. Also worth mentioning our other games in the last 16, of course. We've got Ant Schud against Marcel Walpen. Cracking game, that one set to be. Got our winner of our previous game, Hagen Senst, against Fabian Shaw. Rocco Fulciniti came through a last leg decider to beat Andy Bless. He'll be playing Alexander Zavanovic. Good chance there for Rocco to really go deep today, I sense. We've got Jochen Grauden's Marcel Guga, Lucas Dahlmann, Patrick Ganter, and another tie of the round, potentially Liam Mendel-Lawrence against Felix Schiertz. Difficult games to call. James, I'll ask you for your opinion on a couple of those, and maybe on this one too. What's your thoughts? How do you see Belmont against Obst?
I think Belmont will have too much for Obst, to be honest. A lot of the games are very well poised, I think. Marcel Walpen, I would back against Ant Schud. Lucas Dahlmann, I'd back against Ganter. Hagen Senst Shaw is a very 50-50 game. I can't really call that one. It's a tough one. I think I'd edge on Fabian Shaw, maybe, just from earlier performances. Guga against Grounds, again a 50-50 game, and we've seen Grounds come unstuck in these 50-50 games recently. But I think he will come through that one and then I'm going to go for Liam Mendel-Lawrence to beat Felix Schiertz.
And of course, the game we'll be watching on our live stream. Ooh, is that Barry the Bookie Nelson on there?
Barry Nelson came through 4-3.
Camera there, let me just have a look. I thought we covered all 8 games, but maybe we've missed. Maybe we've missed the bookie. We have Sven Geiger against the bookie. Will be our last game in the quarterfinals. Last 16, sorry.
Good ton there from Marco Obst. Gets himself back in this one. Belmont's grown out of the beard, I see, as well. Got a very Swiss look at the moment.
He has. He's looking very Swiss. Yeah. He is the Swiss starting poster boy, of course, isn't he?
Good spears there from Marco Obst. Belmont with a slight wry smile. I wonder what was said or...
Yeah, something's just tickled him a little bit, hasn't it?
Yeah. Doesn't want to come up troubleless here, and does.
So...
Marco Obst with a chance here with a treble or two.
Just sort of very interesting grip, hasn't he, Obst? I think this is the first time I've properly watched him on live stream coverage. And all I can think about is the way he's holding his dart, and the fact with a lot of darts players, you can't see their palms, can you? You can't see the inside of their fingers. But with Obst, you can almost see everything, can't you?
Yeah. No, I know exactly what you mean. I also feel like he's not really gripping the dart. He's holding it with the bottom of his finger.
I sense he's not gripping it with the tips of his fingers. You're right. I sense that
most players do.
I sense that he's more rolling it down the length of his thumb.
Good opening like that from Belly. 17 dart, hold a throw.
Yep. Denied Obst the chance in the end.
Good first dart there from Obst though. Good second dart. Can he fill the bed?
Woo!
A bit of a flyer on the third one, but 1-2-5 probably enough.
Yeah, very, very good, steady start to his own throw here. I guess that's where Felix Schiertz came a little bit undone yesterday. He held his throw in the first leg against Belmont and then was broken, and then Belmont held and then was broken again. I guess against a man like Stefan Belmont, you really just need to worry about your own throw first and foremost, don't you? If opportunities arise on the break, then brilliant. But worry about your own throw first. The easier leg to win. And then worry about the breaks as and when opportunities arise.
Looks like Obst is going to have a relatively comfortable throw here. Won't want to obviously slip up and just hit too many big numbers, but if he can continue to just hit one treble.
That's a really nice treble. Yeah, fine. Excellent darts.
They really will need a ton 40 here to put on some pressure.
Suspect he'll stay there knowing Belmont, even though that second dart's considerably low of the target.
Ton 40 found though.
What do I know? A ton 40 of his own from Obst here would be really valuable. Finds it. Brilliant darts.
Great darts from Obst this leg.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. Belmont can just hit 2 trebles and hope really here.
I think you'll find one with those 2 darts. Nice grouping. Oof. Just goes to the right slightly.
So double 18. Now Double 9. Okay, Obst to split. Interesting.
Don't mind that route considering Belmont's on 144.
I don't think many players would have made that decision in his boots. Doesn't mean it's wrong. Just means it's unpopular. So Marco Obst back for double 4. Inside again. Won't want to go inside this time.
Finds double 2 nicely there. Good last start.
Yeah. Did you just caught a little glimpse of Barry Nelson's shirt there, James? Did you see the message that was on the back of that shirt?
So the boys are back in
It
town.
did say the boys are back in town, yeah. Famous reference, of course, to a quite famous British song and British walk-on.
James
Wade, yeah.
180 from Stefan Belmont and 140 from Marco Obst. Can Belly go back to back 1080s? No, he can't. Haven't seen the back-to-back in a long time on
We
the
haven't.
board.
No, we haven't. No easy feat, of course. The 6 perfect darts. Oh, brilliant darts from Obst. His scoring's been very steady, hasn't it? The whole game. It's been maybe took a little bit of time to warm up in that first leg, but he's really settled into his work now.
One thing to remember is Stefan Belmont is undefeated so far on the SDC Tour this year. Hasn't been beaten. People have had darts against him to beat him, but can't quite hit it. I think it's the pressure of playing the big man.
Another 2 treble visit from Marco Obst. He's now a strong favourite on the Belmont throw. This is what we talk about, those opportunities. Hold your own throw first and then worry about the part 2. Marco Obst might even have 6 darts at this 87.
Will he go treble 20 or will he go 18s? Does go 20 for the bullseye. I think it was the correct play just because Belmont is a professional and these professionals can easily hit these kind of 1-2-1 range.
Yeah.
I think if it was 1-3-1, I probably would have gone treble 18. But on 1-2-1 here, Belmont showing that he's going to get a dart.
Just on the outside of the bullseye there. So Obst back for 45. Careless. Just gets himself the 1 dart now. Double 16. 1 dart is all he needs. Two on advantage. He looks a little angry, doesn't he? He looks a little frustrated. Neither of these two players give much away. Belmont, of course, a fairly expressionless kind of character, isn't he? He doesn't sing and dance and cheer around the stage, does he? He's very composed.
I don't think he'll be worried too much yet. I think if it went to 3-1, I think he'd start to think about it. Just first to 4 here. Next round, first to 5, then semi-finals.
Yeah. When do you think he'll start to panic? If he loses this leg?
Yeah.
3-1 down? Do you think that's panic stations?
I think if he goes 3-1 down, he'll get slightly worried, yeah. The one thing I think with this leg so far is he's not really found many 2 treble visits in this match. There's been that 1-180, obviously, but apart from that, there's not really been too much.
Unusually, Belmont's found his first dart quite regularly, but he hasn't been following it particularly well.
Yeah.
Usually that's a very trademark feature of Belmont, isn't it? When 1's in, it's 2 or 3.
But he's not had them at the top of the treble 20 bed is one thing, and he seems to be going above them as well, rather than understacking like that. That's a great dart, that 3rd one. But again, just a ton, and Obst is still favourite. Will he go bullseye here to leave the finish? No, goes 19, slips into 3.
Touch careless there from Obst.
Belmont will stay there.
100% will stay there. I still think he'll stay there.
He will, because he'll want to leave a finish. He does leave quite a nice finish as well. 1-2-4. Great first dart there from Obst. We'll want to find a second one. Can't quite, so not quite in a great spot here.
Yeah, you'd think Belmont will be getting 6. Again, you can never really say that for sure against players of this quality.
Treble 18 for the bullseye.
Poking the last leg at the bullseye. That's the 25 again.
94 here for Obst. Goes the aggressive route. Will he go double-double?
I don't think he will, James. I think he'll go treble 20. Does go for double-double. Okay. Okay, 18 would leave tops, yeah.
Yeah, I think I probably would have gone treble 18 there after that first guide. It looked like a good guide for the treble. I know it leaves double 11, but
we love double 11, don't we? It's a nice hittable double.
It is.
Just down the side.
Good darts from Belmont there.
Yeah.
2 legs apiece. Nicely poised this one. Going into the second half of the game.
Yeah. Really nicely poised.
Jochen Groudon's 1 leg away from getting eliminated from the competition. 3-2 down to Marcel Guga.
Belmont, of course, holds that crucial advantage of throw if this game does go all the way.
There's that 2 treble visits that I said that he hasn't been finding. Finally finds one. Dowman looking to take out Patrick Ganter, 3-1 up on the previous SDC Tour winner. Felix Schötz and Mendel Lawrence evenly poised at 1 leg apiece. Great 2 darts here from Belmont, finally finding the range. The first player surprisingly through to the quarterfinals is Rocco Fulciniti, a man who we mentioned at the start of the day, not been on form.
Is today the start of a turnaround for Rocco? I hope so.
Harkin sense potentially for the 3rd game in a row to be qualifying into the next round with a lower average than his opponent. Happened the last 2 rounds. Is it about to happen for the 3rd time? 6 points lower than Fabian Shaw.
Cracking game there on board 7. Ant Schude, Marcel Waldman, both men in the mid to high 80s. Marcel Waldman's 3-2 up. Ant Schude has been broken as well, so Marcel Waldman now throwing for the match there. Strong control of this leg, Belmont. 60 is more than enough in that position, you'd think.
180 needed for Marco Obst here.
Yeah, it's 2 trebs or bust here for Marco. Be coming up dry. Does come up dry.
Guga against Groudon, going into a last leg decider. Belmont treble 16 for tops.
He went this way for a long while in the Modus Live League campaign when he was on 104. I saw him implement that in the SDC and took that to the Modus Stage 2. Again, not a common method, I wouldn't say, on 104, but
Wayne Mardle's a big fan of that route. He is, yeah. He says the best route to go because if you do slip into 8, you still got to finish. Slip in 7, you still got to finish.
Yeah.
Treble 8, you get tops.
A man of Belmont's quality, though, shouldn't be worrying about getting darts or missing targets. He can hit whatever segment he likes. So
it is true, but for any player under pressure, it's on
well, he wasn't under pressure though, was he? He was
not in this situation, but I think you practice this for when you're under pressure.
Brilliant darts from Belmont there. Now just 1 leg away and starts with a 180. Is this good night? Marco Obst.
Good little bit of rebuttal there with a 134.
So he is. Well, he'll stay there, we know that.
Just drooping that one low. Can he go in between the 2 and find a treble? Does. I think he might have a bit too much now for Obst. Needs a 2 treble visit here. Will he go downstairs to the 19? No, he chooses to stay there. Jochen Groudon from 3-2 down has qualified for the quarterfinal. 4-3 winner over Marcel Guga.
First man through.
Belmont in pole position here.
Piling on the pressure now.
I think that's a ton, just. It is.
But it's more than enough, isn't it? Obst now finds himself 100 points behind. He's back against the wall without a treble here. You see it there. Shake of the head. So Belmont with 6 darts, really, you'd think, from 1-2-1.
Will he go treble 17 in the bull?
Don't think he needs to.
Okay. I think he'll go for it. Bull.
No way by Belmont standards.
152 here for Obst to take it to a decider. Can't find. I feel like he's been a bit dry on the treble 20.
He has, yeah.
He's been finding treble 19s to keep himself in legs, but down 3-0 up on Ganter. Now back to 3-2. Won't want to let that one go to a decider.
Double 16, 2 darts in hand for the match. to knock out the spirited Marco Obst. There it is. Stefan Belmont sails on through. 4-2 victor.
Belmont into the quarterfinals, joining Rocco Fulciniti as the only other player through so far. Oh, and Jochen Grouden, sorry.
And now Marcel Wolpen, who finishes the job on Ant Schude, 4-2. So games finishing thick and fast here.
Geiger looks like he's just gone through, beating Barry the Bookie Nelson 4-1.
So all of a sudden, from 7 games in play to just 3 remaining, Hagen Sensed is just 241 points away. Out Fabian Shaw. Lucas Dalman looked well set against Patrick Ganter to knock him out as well. To another quarter-final.
Really impressive Felix Schiertz here. Had darts to beat Mendel Lawrence, remember, in that.
Wow. And Felix Schiertz is putting the boot in to Liam Mendel Lawrence here.
In SDC Tour event 6, obviously having 9 darts to beat Mendel Lawrence, missing all 9. Won't want to do the same here. Mendel Lawrence is crumbling under the pressure.
This is capping off a poor weekend for Liam Mendel Lawrence. Schiertz over 10 points higher on the averages. About to wrap this game up 4-1. Leaves tops after 12. And Mendel Lawrence can't even leave the finish. So James, should we have a little preview of who our last 8 competitors are going to be?
Let's do it.
So in the top half of the draw, we will have Sven Geiger against Jochen Groudens.
I think Sven Geiger will go into that one as favourite.
He will go in as favourite, but a good Jochen Groudens has been playing well today and relatively unchallenged, besides that last game in the knockout phases.
And it should be Felix Schiertz against Lucas Dalman.
It will in the other game in the top half. So potentially Schiertz Geiger semi-final, you might think, in that top half.
Yeah, I think that would be the guess that you go for.
Belmont will have possibly things his own way in the next round, playing the winner of Hagen Sens, Fabian Shaw. Looks like it might be Fabian in that one. As Felix Schiertz wraps up a victory against Liam Mendel Lawrence, jugging him in the final leg.
A 180 from Patrick Gans to put the pressure on to keep that game alive.
Which means that our last quarterfinal is going to be between Marcel Wolpen and Rocco Fulciniti. Used to be a very regular final, didn't it, that matchup? We haven't met in a final for a long time now, but we'll be on course to meet. SDC Tour Event 8, quarterfinal. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a few.
Dann geht es weiter mit dem vierten Finale. Auf Board 1 Sven Geiger, Jochen Graudens. Jochen Graudens, Sven Geiger, Board 1. Schreiber Marco Obst. Board 2 Felix Schierz, Patrick Ganter. Patrick Ganter, Felix Schierz, Board 2. Schreiber Fabian Schor. Board 3 Stefan Belmont, Hagen Zenst. Hagen Zenst, Stefan Belmont, Board 3. Schreiber Ensch Sud. Und auf Board 4 Marcel Walpen, Rocco Fulciniti. Rocco Fulciniti, Marcel Walpen, Board 4. Schreiber Alexander Zivanovic.
Geht einfach nach jedem Wurf, was du weißt hast.
Nenn mich einfach Löwen da.
Theoretisch kann er wirklich nach jedem Wurf fragen, oder?
Ja, auf jeden Fall. Nee, das hast du geworfen. Ja, nee, das ist der Punkt.
Hey, die sehen dich jetzt beim Schreiben.
Guck mal, jetzt hast du es geschafft. Hey, du hast halt echt ausgesteckt, gell?
Steck doch mit. Warum kann man das jetzt hinterrum?
Guck mal, ist ausgesteckt. Oder sieht es nicht so aus?
Nee, ist ausgesteckt.
Okay.
Aber was ist ausgesteckt?
Livestream tot.
Oh, das Kabel hat ganz schön Spannung drauf. Oh, Kamera bewegt sich wieder. Alles gut. Kurz mal kontrolliert. Wenn mich stört es. Wenn er die ganze Zeit hier steht. Ja. Nicht auch, ne? Ja. Ja.
Ihr sagt Bescheid, ja. Ich call richtiger. Kein Wort lang.
Du, wo ist eigentlich der Caller? Ist der gestorben?
Seid ihr schon live? Kann ich ihn noch beleidigen?
Kann ich verfolgen?
Ich mache ein Video.
Ganz schön viel Licht an Bord. Sagt uns, was man spielt. Was spielen wir denn?
3-0-1 Single aus.
Immer noch beste Channel?
Nee, eins mehr. Best of 9, oder?
Ich hab die
So viel ich weiß, ja. Was soll ich das wissen? Frag die Turnierleitung. Sieht aus wie Turnierleitung, oder? Best of 9, sag ich doch.
Okay.
Zeit. Outside. Alter, der hat den schon wieder ausgesteckt, Alter. Also gut. Immer rechts langlaufen. Immer rechts langlaufen. Dann passiert es nicht. Ja, Bull. Er hat Rotbull geworfen, gell? Sven. Rotbull. Du darfst einen nochmal. Jochen fängt an. Das Ding jetzt auch aus. Ah, nee. Super. Warte noch, warte noch.
Also. Schön Blick. Schön. Ja?
Check. Check. Schon 50, 45.
We've on mute, or what?
So, und jetzt um Viertel nach weiter mit dem Halbfinale. Und jetzt um Viertel nach weiter mit dem Halbfinale. Auf Board 2 Sven Geiger, Felix Schürz. Felix Schürz, Sven Geiger, Board 2. Schreiber Jochen Gaudenz. Und auf Board 1 Stefan Belmont, Rocco Fulciniti. Rocco Fulciniti, Stefan Belmont, Board 1. Schreiber René Soller.
das ist aber im Vortrag gewesen. Jahrelanges Turnier. Kein Doppeldruck. Oder wegen der. Ja, ja. Runden. Kannst du ihn fragen?
Hello everyone and welcome back to SDC Tour Event 8. Slightly somber tone here as we have to change the mood. My co-commentator owes an apology to Sven Geiger, the SDC, the world of darts, and lots of you at home as well. My co-commentator forgot to press unmute last game. We commentated the whole game, including the best moment in SDC history, that 170 checkout from Sven Geiger.
However, there is no footage of this due to us being on mute the whole time. Mark, in particular, I apologise for Matt's work, and Matt will be now announcing his retirement from commentary.
It's a real shame it had to end this way. Still 12 tour events left in the season, but I feel I've made an unforgivable mistake in missing what is the best moment that I proclaimed to Wilco. We have already announced our 2023 moment of the season. Yes, it was not captured by myself due to a amateur and unforgivable error, which would not have happened if we were more aware, more focused, more dedicated, and for that, I am sorry.
I also apologise. I should have checked Matt Travis's work. I know he can be a bit droopy sometimes and not check these things, but we'll be back here and hopefully Belmont can recover this with a 170. It's just a shame it won't ever be the first 170 ever hit on the SDC. However, semi-final time, Trav. For your last ever game of commentary before you leave us.
Yeah.
Belmont against Rocco Fulciniti. How do you see this one going?
Well, I feel just for old time's sake, I want Rocco Fulciniti to win. I think he was probably he was in my first group stage game when I participated in the SDC, and now my last game as commentator, he will be playing in it. So I think for old time's sake, I'd like Rocco Fulciniti to win this game, turn the tables on the current and reigning champion Stefan Belmont.
And then in the second half of the draw, we've obviously got Felix Schötz against Sven Geiger. How do you see that one going?
I think Sven Geiger is the better player of the two. But I see it being really tight. I mean, it's a game that could go either way. I think Geiger just has a little bit more composure at this sort of stage in tournaments. So just on that basis, I'm going to go Geiger gets the W in that one.
Good predicaments for your last ever game. It's been a pleasure to commentate with you. And I'm sorry to see that Mark has ruthlessly got rid of you for that error, but I think it's the right decision.
I think so too.
Barry the Bookie Nelson will not forgive you either.
Be a shame. All the memories, all the players, all the knowledge we've acquired, all the growth in Swiss darts, so needlessly undone. Such a careless error. It's funny, the mute button has actually come in very handy on a number of occasions during our commentary bouts. During John Bolhander's games in particular, you can see him in the background there. The mute button has saved us a couple of times, hasn't it? From moments where we might have been in more than a little bit of hysterics over some of his darting performances.
It's an interesting one.
It's a cruel twist of fate how the mute button gives and the mute button takes away. And it's taken away all of our coverage there of what is a brilliant moment.
It's kind of like you at your current job doing all of your accounting audits on an Excel doc to then not save the Excel doc.
It's very similar, yeah.
It's as if you've not done anything, but I can say that the emotion that we felt behind the camera when that bullseye went in from Hagen Sense was incredible. It was almost better than the 6-9 perfect darts that we saw from the 7-6-7 perfect darts we saw from Bless and Walken earlier this year, and Belly as well. Just a shame that there's no footage to capture the raw emotion. However, the camera is getting resolved right now, and we will be underway very shortly. Let us know in the comments who you want to win today. Do you want Belly or do you want Rocco? The camera will be fixed and up to date shortly, so don't worry too much. Gone very quiet, Matt. Still reflecting.
Just a lot to ponder, James. Just a lot to ponder.
Do you think it has anything to do with, obviously, at the start of that last game,
announced your relationship with your new partner? Was it swiftly after muting from that point?
I think these two events might be unrelated.
Interesting.
Die Kamera hilft nur, sie hat sich abgestellt.
The player's told to wait before we get going because the camera issues.
Just check that we are on live sound.
We have we do have sound. We're underway on screen board 2. I say screen board 2. We're underway on board 2. Sven Geiger missing bullseye for a 12 darter.
Excuse you, James.
Apologies. Got the hiccups. Shame that one wasn't on mute.
Too soon, I think, for a joke of that nature.
So very rogue camera angle we've got at the moment. Not entirely sure.
Stephen Bunting?
Not entirely sure what's happening here. Plenty of missed darts doubles here from Sven Geiger in the opening leg. Assume he will clean up here and does. For a 19 dart hold of throw. I hope Schötz doesn't do what Grounds has done and kind of capitulate at this point.
I hope so too. Yeah, it's never nice to see one-sided affairs, is it, in later rounds, in semis and finals. They deserve to be the best quality contest of the day and the longest contest of the day. It's always disappointing when it's a one-sided one. Still having some technical issues.
Not entirely sure what's going on here.
Achtung, Kapu.
Felix Schötz in pole position in the second leg against Sven Geiger. Well, he's chuckling at something. Sven Geiger wrestling back control of the leg with a 1-3-7. Wonder if he'll reel in the big fish in this game as well.
I'd say it's unlikely to be achieved twice on the same day, wouldn't you, James? We've waited 2.5 years for our first. Although they do say London buses arrive either at the same time or never, so it's
I mean, if you don't
adage that may apply today.
If you don't laugh, you'll cry. Quite incredible, really. 2.5 years we waited. And your fat finger. Click the mute button. Confused as to what's going on here. Not confused as to what's going on board 2, though. Felix Schötz needing to reel in a 150 in order to stay in this leg.
Just doing our last-minute tinkering on the board.
Tops for Geiger to go 2-0 up. Sven delivers.
Return to Svenda.
Quite a good one.
Thanks.
Those of you who don't know, that's an old Elvis hit.
About delivering the post.
I tell you who didn't deliver the goods in the last game. The commentary team, because we were on mute. Belly, obviously, will be looking to get back on the Euro Tour soon. The Euro Tour's been going on this weekend.
James is having a little check of Bet365 for the live in play for Sven Geiger, Felix Schiertz.
The live in play for that game is
Sven Geiger is strong favourite.
It's 1-8 for Sven Geiger now on the in play. I was just looking at the scores and the games of the Euro Tour. Obviously, it's Wesley Plaisir against Luke Humphreys. Wesley Plaisir is about to take it to a last leg decider.
Yeah, Humphreys is about to take it to the last leg decider.
Yeah, sorry, you are correct. Plaisir will have the throw in that decider, obviously. But Andrew Gilding through to the last 8. Stephen Bunting, Dirk van Duivenbode, Josh Rock, Danny Noppert, and Christoph Rutojski are the 8.
I know that I'd be rather watching Stefan Belmont and Rocco Fulciniti, if you ask me.
I would as well.
And that's who we're getting to see, right. The game about to get underway.
Finally updated and ready to go. Felix Schiertz has left himself on the big fish. We've seen one of those and commentated on it. Pause. Excited to see what Rocco delivers here on stream.
Yeah, me too. We commented yesterday that he's looking well, isn't he? He's looking in the best shape I think I've seen Rocco in my mind.
He's returned to slender.
Not sure about a return. Not sure he's ever been a slender individual, but...
If you check his Instagram, he used to be a very slender man.
Did he now?
Yeah. Felix Schiertz hitting 15 when having a pop at the bull on the big fish.
So Belmont hits the bull. Let's decide who's throwing first in this one.
Outside.
Rocco cannot match, so it'll be Belmont with the darts. In his first 6-leg contest. Two good friends. Two high-performing spearsmen today. You'd say this man's the comfortable favourite, and for good reason. But can Rocco just spring one more surprise on us today? Reach the final.
Felix Schiertz breaking back in the last leg against Sven Geiger. Now back on throw in that one. Rocco Fulciniti starting us off with a 1-2-5. He's going to have to get rid of those single fives and those sprays to win this game.
That was the difference in the last game, wasn't it, between Geiger. And Groudens.
Wesley Plaisir is currently playing Luke Humphreys as well. 5-all in that game. Not quite as exciting as this one, though.
Not as interested in big wares as I am Big Bell. Stefan Belmont. Looking to do the weekend double, of course.
Belly against Bestia. 2-time winner is Rocco Fulciniti. Stefan Belmont, 8-time winner now.
Ooh, it's starting to add up. I'm losing count, really, of the Belmont wins.
There was 4 last season, and I think around 3 or 4 this season. So I'd say 7 or 8 is probably a rough estimate of how many wins.
I don't think he hasn't entered every event this year, of course, this being the 8th tour event. He hasn't entered at least 2 or 3 of those, but...
Only ever been beaten once, remember, on the SDC circuit, and that was by Jochen Groudens. Bull 12 bull.
Yeah. In the final, of course.
We'll go 16 here. Rocco loves tops. You said, back in the day, you said he's the most ruthless top merchant you've ever played against.
Yeah, I stand by those comments. There was a time when Rocco on tops was about the most reliable of any darts player on any double. You still see glimpses in the warm-ups of Rocco going for tops, and he doesn't miss. When Rocco goes for tops in the warm-ups, he does not miss. Doesn't miss in gameplay either. It's a 13-dart break. Opening leg from Rocco. Brilliant start to this game.
Good revival from Felix Schiertz on board 2. About to make it 2-all if you can pin double 6.
Interesting, he's using a different setup again from yesterday, Rocco.
Using the same type of flight and the same length of
stem. He's using a similarly shaped flight, isn't he? Made of a stiffer plastic, I think, today than yesterday. And I'm not 100% sure if they're the same barrels, James. Maybe you'll...
The barrels are the same.
That. They are the same, yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right. They had that unusual point shape, didn't they? Which...
Yeah, and they've got that little bulbous bit that comes out in the middle. Yeah. Belly here. That's a plum first dart. He has been a bit
spraying around
Just
here and there.
muttered a little profanity to himself there, possibly.
Yeah.
There's been a few of those murmured in the Windsor Court household in the last 10 minutes or so.
It has indeed.
As Sven Geiger busts 1 through 8 on our opposing board.
Quite incredible that. I wonder what he's done there.
Yeah, I don't really see how he could bust it. Unless he's gone to set up tops and maybe a hit treble 18, or he's got 2 single 20, treble 20, treble 18. 50, no, that wouldn't bust it. I'm sure. What I'm not sure about is Rocco. He started incredibly well here. Belmont just a little bit slow out of the traps, which is unusual for Stefan.
Uncharacteristic, yeah.
He's obviously got the 6 legs to pull it back, but you wouldn't want to go 2-0 down, 3-0 down, 4-1 down. It's
Felix Schötz has just missed 9 darts at double 6. Criminal that, considering he's already missed a dart at double 12 as well. That's 10 darts missed at double.
So Belmont really needs a ton 40 here. 60 just won't cut the mustard. It's just 60, so Rocco really 6 darts at this. Might only need the 2, double 12. No, just checks. Man of his talents will know that, and it's a first dart checkout again from Rocco. 2 from 2 on the doubles as he goes 2-0 up.
Averaging over 100. Felix Schötz finally pins that double 6 after Sven Geiger missing 2 at double himself. 2 legs apiece in that one on board 2. Can keep up to date with that one on Darts Connect.
Rocco Fulciniti. 2-0 to the goods. Defending champion Stefan Belmont. All the right signs coming from Belmont so far. From Rocco so far.
Between the 2 players, there's 7 points in their average for the day.
Okay.
Belmont at 82, Rocco at 75. Checkout percentage for Belmont is at 40%. Rocco's just 35%, 5% lower.
40 is an excellent checkout percentage, isn't it, for the day? I mean, Rocco's is still very impressive at over a third. That's,
yeah, Schötz and Geiger, though, at 43 for Felix Schötz and 40% for Geiger.
Makes you wonder how accurate they are. Possibly on Darts Connect, it's putting it in as first dart checkout sometimes. I don't know, but they're excellent checkout percentages at any level of the game.
Felix Scherz's opponent's average has been sat at 60, which is significantly lower than anyone else. Clearly been playing the same level of oppo so far.
Maybe have a slightly easier draw to this far. Okay, so Belmont in control of this one. Good last that treble there.
Can Rocco put a bit more pressure on? Because if he goes 3-0 up, there's definitely a lot of work to be done for Stefan Belmont.
Yeah.
I feel like if he stays in the game, then I would probably back Belmont.
Even 2 consecutive holds here. If Belmont holds here 2-1, Rocco holds 3-1, I would still put Belmont as the favourite for the game at 3-1 down.
I would as well, yeah.
Only just, but he's not looking at a crisis just yet.
52 scored, 57 left, sorry. Rocco will want a treble.
Stay straight, Rocco. That's 60, okay.
Not the best there. Needed a ton, really. Thank God.
Oh, wow, double
ruthless
3 for
82
Belmont. That's a mistake. Considering his options here.
I think I attack it first dart.
There aren't many good ones, really, are there? What do you do? Doesn't really want to go inside. Busts his score. Wow, okay.
Wasn't sure.
Big 2, maybe the better option there. I don't know, but it'll allow Rocco a chance with another treble 18. Oh, just pulls it low.
82 left. We'll go for the bullseye.
He will go for the bullseye here, yeah. That's unlucky for Rocco. A well-thrown first start. I personally prefer the 20s approach there, but
both players on 57. First pot for belly. Oh, that's very far away, very low.
Can he find double 10? No, he can't. Opportunity here for Rocco on the Belmont throw to make it 3 legs to 0. Oh, that's criminal. He's hit big 2, which means he's on 55. Only going to get 1 dart at tops. Belmont wiping his face with a towel. Clearly very hot in the arena. La Bestia throwing a very, very weak dart at double top means that Belmont is going to get 3 more darts to put it back to 2-1. Goes low, so he's only going to get 1 more dart, and that dart is at double 2. Great last dart from Belmont. Nods his head, knows how important that is. Little miniature booyah there from Belly. Don't normally see that from him. Motioning as well with his hand in the background there. It's a wild first dart from Rocco, nowhere near the treble 20 area. Great first dart from Belly. He should be able to use that one. Does use it. Can he fill up the bed? Yes, he can. 180 for Stefan Belmont. Puts him back a strong favourite for this leg and for the match. Just a 59 scored there from Rocco. Four perfect darts. 5 perfect darts. Oh, it was looking so good for a 6th perfect dart there. But does put it just above the treble 20. I was ready on the edge of my seat there.
A 9 darter and a 170 in the same day, I hear you ask? Not to be. But Belmont now back in control of this leg and back in control of the game, you'd say. 2 apiece.
275 left for Rocco. Sprays again into single 5.
Drew that with anger, didn't he, that last dart? Really annoyed at that second dart spray, as he should be. Belmont now has time on his side. 31 left. For double 8.
Favourite double
Possibly
8.
his favourite double on the board, yeah. There it is.
Gives it a little fist bump. Knows how important that break back is. In a very good position here, Belmont. 2 legs apiece. On stream board 2, Felix Schötz has just taken that 72 in 2 darts to put it at 3 legs apiece there. Cracking game on stream board 2. Belmont just starting 60 there, so an opportunity for Rocco.
Yeah.
It's found that first dart treble. My one thing with Rocco's throw compared to a lot of the other big players is it's not as repeatable as
it's
the other
not
players.
rhythmic. Certainly agree with you there, yeah.
It's very stop-starting, thinking about in-between darts.
His arm moves very fast, and I feel as though it's a throw not conducive to good, like, muscle memory. It's a sort of jerky motion, isn't it? It's a throw almost in the true sense of what a throw is, as opposed to a lot of darts players who tend to push the darts out of their hand. Belmont, I'd say, pushes the darts, doesn't he, from a stationary position and pushes them forward.
This is the first time I think I've ever seen Belly as pumped up as he is. He does seem to be getting a bit worked up about this. Clearly wants to win.
He's not going to have it easy, though, is he, against Rocco?
Well, one thing with Rocco is the amount of 5s when he just needs to stay straight. This has become more than last year.
Do you think it's match recognition or game recognition? Do you think it's... He knows that these are crucial moments here. He's got a slight sniff on the Belmont throw. You know, obviously lost. This will be 2 consecutive legs lost. Not that that's unrecoverable, but you don't want to lose legs in succession, do you? Once you've been broken, you don't want to then have no opportunities the next leg. That's a great dart.
I'm surprised he's gone that way.
Yeah, I am as well. It's not quite a marker, but it's in the vicinity for Belmont. Yeah, brilliant dart.
He's happy with that.
Yeah, you could see the wry smile, couldn't you?
I don't know if you've noticed, he's been lingering his hand there at the end, which he doesn't normally do as much. When he's hit a good shot, he's leaving his hand, almost in Darius Lawanauskas style.
I hadn't noticed that, James. No, I thought I might pick up on things like that, but no, I didn't notice that.
Only doing it if he hits tons or ton 40s, sorry, or ton 80s, or a good checkout. But there again, it seems to be lingering yet.
Could see that.
Felix Schötz with some more cracking finishing. A 76 checkout. My pick to win today is doing well.
I think the business, isn't he? 4-3 up. So just needs 2 more legs to Schötz.
I think he's a future star of Swiss darts. The way that he's been playing over the last couple of days, I've been beyond impressed with him.
Has been excellent, you're right, this weekend here in Lucerne. Just a ton from Rocco.
I feel like Rocco's darts aren't susceptible to following. Like that there is so plumb.
2 trebles is really the play here.
It's 2 trebs or bust.
I think he finds 2. No, it's just a ton. Okay. So leg back to scores level.
That looks like quite a good guy.
Yeah. He doesn't agree, but then goes back upstairs. Okay.
Wants the 137. Would have stayed there. Probably found 2, to be honest.
Okay, Belmont. Quick eye of the scores.
Another one that's put him in front. It's just a ton.
Okay. They've been back and forth this leg, matching each other blow for blow. Again, you'd think he'd have 6, Rocco. Treble 20 here. Oh, and can't stay straight.
It's the classic spray.
So now Belmont, you'd think, with 6 at this, an opportunity. Oh yeah, treble 19.
He may not need 6. Will need 6.
62. 52 left. So Rocco, will he start bull or treble 19, James?
I have a feeling he's a treble 19 man. He plays the aggressive way. Okay, doesn't. I think I've seen him do that before, but he's gone treble 19, so maybe he just feels like against Belly he whoa.
Oh dear me, Rocco. That's throws the last dart just away in anger, collects his darts out the board in anger. Those are the things you just can't do against Belmont. You can't give him that mental advantage. And obviously that advantage on the darts board as well. Leaves tops. Oh, okay, that's very low. Again, mutters words to himself. Double 10. Misses double 10 as well by some distance. Okay. So Rocco should be back for 2 at tops. The man who doesn't miss double 20 now has it in his sights. That's a good guide. Looks to be stood up tall, but he doesn't find it. Misses 2 more darts. He's had 6 from 95, James. And he's not made it count.
Disappointing.
Belmont, double 5. Inside first dart. Will just be 1 at double 2 then.
He found double 2 last time though when he was down here.
But doesn't this time. Wow, this is a scrappy old leg, this one. Who's winning it, James? Who's taking it home?
I think it's going to be Belly. Double 5 should be good for Rocco.
Oh, they're not good
nowhere
darts.
near.
No.
Sven Geiger pulls it back against Felix Schötz, 4 legs apiece there.
Potential cracker on the other game, on the other board. Belmont, madhouse.
Game show.
Finds it, third dart in hand.
Leaves his hand to linger, nods his head.
Is that sealing the game for Stefan Belmont? He's now throwing to just put himself 1 leg away. For yet another SDC final.
Been informed there's been 2 big fishes today. Marcel Wolfen reading one in, not on stream. Sven Geiger on stream.
Might make me contemplate my retirement decision. No, I think it still stands.
Mark is still sat here.
Deserving. It's deserving.
Sven Geiger looking in pole position. Currently in the lead by quite some way in this 9th leg. Stefan Belmont 224. As my co-commentator goes away onto his date. Wish him all the best in the comments below.
From the madhouse to the doghouse, he says. Stefan Belmont on 1-2-4. Will we see another ball finish? I think if he finds a treble 20, he probably would. Okay, we're not going to know, but I think he would have probably gone for the 8 or 16 route. Leaves himself nice and handy on double 16 when he returns. Rocco Fulciniti far too far back now. And you think of those missed darts of double in the last leg that he is out of this one. I think against any other player, I'd say he has a chance of coming back, not against Belly. First dart just wide, second dart on the wire. Needs to move over. Doesn't look too impressed with the lie. Can't find it, but Rocco is quite a way back. Sven Geiger on the other board on 1-1-1 at the moment. And finds it in 2 darts. Arguably going from the 2 of the hardest finishes in the game. Checks out 170 in his last game and 3 there. Big leg coming in here for Felix Schötz. He started with 36. Rocco hitting an 85 to begin with. Belly isn't going to punish him too much, just a ton. Felix Schötz at the moment is in trouble unless he can find a couple of trebles. And he can't. Sven Geiger's stolen the darts. Stefan Belmont finds a treble. Just 95 scored though. Rocco finds a treble. Can he find another? Just the one. Is it enough? Felix Schötz putting in 2 trebles to get himself back in that game with Sven Geiger. It's looking like it's going to be a Geiger-Belmont final unless either one of these players can turn it around. Here we go. Belly on 2-1-1. We want to set this up nicely. Finds a treble. 131 left, 128. Okay. I'd say Rocco's probably favourite for the leg. 17. Treble 18 to leave tops. Oh, not ideal there. Sven Geiger leaves tops and will get at least 3 at it. Belmont treble 20 for the bull, won't get a chance. Goes back to treble 18 to leave double 18. Rocco will need to take out this 93 to stay alive. Sven Geiger has got plenty of time at his tops. We'll have at least 3 more, misses 3. Rocco needs 18 in the bull. Looks blocked. Can he find his way around it? That's the question. Can't find his way around it. Just hits the 25, which leaves him on 25 left. Felix Schötz applies pressure to Sven Geiger with a 138. But Geiger will have 3 more. Belmont checks out and wins the game. Sven Geiger misses 3. Felix Schötz is going to have a chance in this one on the other board. Belmont the first man through to the final with an 82 average. Rocco's been much better today, but still a little bit off the pace. Felix Schötz, can he find tops? Yes, he does. We're going all the way in that one. Schötz versus Geiger. Here we go. We'll stay on this camera view so you can keep an eye out. Rocco just blocking the camera slightly, but we should be able to see whose darts are whose. Sven Geiger flowing with bright pink flights. I'll keep you up to date with the scores as they get thrown.
82 to start with for Sven Geiger. Felix Schötz following up with an 81. Scores neck and neck. I think that looks good for a treble 20 there. Could even be a second one. Looks like a high score from here. Is a high score. That's a 137. Schötz will need 2 trebles here, you think? They look slightly high to me. Think that's just a 60. It is. Schötz on 360, Geiger on 282 and throwing. Been the man to beat this year, Sven Geiger. Him and Stefan Belmont. That to me looks like a ton 40. It's just a 60. Okay. Schötz, if he can hit a ton 40 here, is back in the leg. High first dart there. Far away from the treble. It's 100 though. Schötz will take a ton. After that second dart, might have wanted more. Geiger just putting one above the treble there, and then one just below. We'll probably need to switch to 18s here. So Schötz will probably have chances if he can put in a big 140 or a 180. Is that just a 60? He's decided to stay on the 20s. So if Schötz could get a ton, it would be the first to a finish. 5 legs apiece in this one. Looks like a bit of spray, but has he found a last dart? Treble 19. No, he hasn't. 28 scored, and that could be it for Felix Schötz. They look like 2 plum treble 20s, and there is a 10. I think that's a 132. And that leaves him nicely, 130, which leaves him nicely on double 16. Schötz can't do much apart from put in some pressure, which I don't think he's done. A great run from the young man today, just couldn't quite get over the line. I think that will come with experience. Sven Geiger finishes the job on Felix Schötz. 6-5 win to put himself into the final where he'll play Stefan Belmont. We'll be back for that one shortly. Stay tuned.
Seid ihr trainiert, wie alles andere trainiert? Ja. Und selber schon vergessen. Hä? Und sie sind schon vergessen? Ja, wir müssen wieder an. Also kannst du mir von der Rechnung geben? Ja, wir rechnen jetzt dann das Material nicht verkauft von dir. Können wir auch alles werden. Ja, ja, wir haben nicht viel gekauft. Ja, wir sind lieber unterstützt. Voilà. So habe ich sehr gekauft. Also ich will die ich kann nicht mal abgeklärt werden. Nochmal? Halbe Reise. Ja, ich kann es sagen, aber noch 4 Stütze kosten die Woche. Und nachher kosten wir? Ja, was vor, ja. Ich bin am Morgen noch mit dem Sie hat noch Chef bestellt, die Woche. Ja, wenn du Glück hast, das da. Ja, ich habe ihm geschrieben. Ich kann es nicht mehr, dass ein Christus so ist. Ihr habt es lange nicht. Ja, das ist so. Nein, ja, du meinst es. Ich habe nur mich gefragt, ob ich noch mit ihm vorgestellt habe. Der hat mir Vater vorgestellt, der hat das von mir mitgenommen. Ja, es geht jetzt doppelt so, was du gesagt hast. Ich kann dann zusammen mit oder so. Hallo, expressiv. Ich habe das gerne. Ja, aber ich habe irgendwie Rabatt oder so, oder sind die schon bestellt? Den Marge, die wir haben. Ich mache jetzt sag immer auch, ich habe so viel bestellt. Das mache ich jetzt 15% wieder, das macht 20%. Das ist ziemlich recht super. Ja, man müsste, weil dann ist ein Charge gekommen, aber die Menschen ist andere Lieferant, der andere Lieferant ist der beste nicht mehr. Nicht mehr übergenommen wegen dem, das ist wirklich. Weil dann ist es so lang, fast nicht Lieferant, wir haben keine Lieferant gehabt, aber jetzt ist es viel teurer. Und vielleicht kann man die bestellt, wenn wir es teurer haben. Aber jetzt ist es so wieder. Die Menschen, die nicht sind, Konto. Ja, das Konto, das ist jetzt schon, Hause kommt nach der Woche zum Launch, dann können wir es mehr praktisch wieder bestellen, was wir so verstehen. Okay. Das ist ganz gut, das ist auch wie wir es verstehen. Ist die 3 Wochen ja um? 3 Wochen? Das ist jetzt. 30. 31. Samstag muss ich noch aber weiß noch nicht. Das kennen wir jetzt noch nicht, oder? Noch nicht, das Material ist voll. Ja, steht am 9. bis 11. Vorplanung, Ausbildung, Liebland, kommt das also nicht. Ich sage, vielleicht noch nicht vom Morgen her noch schon. Nur der Topf, wenn es verfehlt sind. Ja, wenn ich den Rest angezeigt habe, als 170. Das wird doch ein bisschen stressiger werden. Also, eine hätte die Fehler nicht gelernt. Wenn ihr den Rest auf 170 angezeigt oder nicht? So wie es auf der Bühne ist. Ja, ja. Also, in einer Woche kann ich wieder verrechnen. Ja, was? Also, jetzt nicht nach jedem Sven. Oh, Achtung, Stecker. Nicht nach jedem Tag, sondern wenn du jetzt vor dem stehst und weniger als 170 Rest hast. Ob ich sehr viel sagen. Ja, wenn ich anstehe, sehe ich so. Ja, dann wenn ich rufe, dann kannst du mich fragen. Wenn ich fragst, sage ich sowieso, das ist kein Problem. Aber ich muss nicht jedes Mal in das Boden. Ich muss nicht stressen. Ich komme auf dich zurück. Ja? Für das bin ich da. Das ist ein Job, den wir auch tun. Probieren wir aufzunehmen. Das ist der erste bei uns am Winter.
Welcome back to the final SDC Tour event of the weekend. It's SDC Tour 8 final between Sven Geiger and Stefan Belmont. I'm your commentator, James Wilkinson, and we will be here for this first of 7 encounter. I'll run you through how they got to the final. So, for Stefan Belmont, he played in his group stage against Pascal Fouz, Nick Bergler and Christoph Schumann. Made light work of all three of those lads, coming through 3-0 in each game. Christoph Schumann put in an average of 80, but it wasn't quite enough to beat Belly. After that, he played René Soler, Daniel von Ullmann with minimal fuss, beating both 4-0 and 4-0 in the top 64 and top 32, respectively. In the last 16, he played Marco Obst, who was a former winner. He came out on top on that one with a 4-2 win. Then played Hagen Senst in the quarterfinals with a 5-1 win, and we just saw him beat Rocco Fulciniti in the semi-final with a 6-2 win. Sven Geiger, the two-time SDC Tour winner, came through his group stage against Lauren Bent, one of the SDC founders, Yves Stauffer and Stefan Felder, all winning 3-0. In the top 64, he beat Joel Stauffer 4-1, Andre Christen 4-1 in the top 32, Barry Nelson, the bookie, in the top 16 4-1. Then he beat a former winner in the quarterfinals in Jochen Groudens, and then in the semi-finals had a cracking game with Felix Schiertz, which went to a last leg decider. At the start of this one, Belly started the better with a 95 against Sven Geiger's 60. I think, from my opinion on this game, that Stefan Belmont will have a little bit too much for Sven Geiger. But Sven Geiger, we know, can play well and has done so regularly in the SDC circuit. Put in the comments below on YouTube who you think is going to win, and I will try my best to read them as we go through this game. On Darts Connect, Sven Geiger has averaged higher than Belmont today, currently sat at 83. But that is mainly due to the latter part of legs. Belmont's first 9 average currently sat at 95, which is 5 points higher than Sven Geiger's. Both players are doing very well in the doubles. Belmont at 40%, Sven Geiger at 35%. Looks like Belly's going to get off here and in a very good position. I think he's going to go 1-0 up, puts in a ton 40, puts him over 240 points, around 240 points in front, which is a significant deficit, which I don't think Geiger's going to be able to get to in this leg.
Who does everyone want to win this one? I think it's going to be an absolute classic. Belly started off very strongly, going for treble 12 for double 16. We'll now be looking at 16 for double top. Goes just low, but we'll have plenty more darts at it, you'd think. Sven Geiger, 245. We'll look for at least 2 trebles here, really, to have a poke. 1 treble is minimum requirement. Wow, goes for the bullseye maybe, which doesn't really make sense considering it wouldn't have left him finished regardless. Belly just on the wire. Can he just clip in off that dart? Ooh, okay. Will he go for 2? I probably would split here, and he has split. We'll have 3 more at least. My co-commentator has now left the booth after being sacked for muting us when Sven Geiger hit a 170 checkout in the quarterfinals. The first one televised on SDC and on Schaffhausen TV. Belmont now has missed quite a few darts. Won't want to miss another. Has missed another. So that is now, for Stefan Belmont, 6 missed darts at double. Actually, make that 7 missed darts at double. Sven Geiger, 95. Which route will he go? Goes treble 19 for double 19. Unless he's split here. No, has gone double 19. 2 darts. Pop, pop. After a very slow start in scoring terms, checks look really nicely and breaks the Belmont throw. Belmont obviously only been beaten once before in the year and a half that he's been on the SDC circuit. Was beaten by Jochen Grouden 6-5 in SDC Tour 12, I want to say. With that ball 12 ball finish that went viral. Sven Geiger with a bit of spray will give Belly a bit of hope. I think if Belly keeps scoring the way he is, he will get darts at double in this game. But needs to keep up what he's been throwing throughout the rest of the day. I can only see the averages going up here between the 2 players. Currently at that mid-70s mark for Sven Geiger and 70 for Belmont. I think they'll end up nearer that 80 mark. Steady ton for Sven Geiger keeps him in control. But Belmont with that plum first dart and a plum second dart. Can he fill it up and give us the first 180 of the final? Doesn't, but gives us a first 3 treble visit. 174 for Stefan Belmont. Puts him back in control of this leg. 70, 80 points in front here on the Geiger throw. Geiger finding that treble bed again with 2 trebles. A 128 there for Sven Geiger. Belmont on 269 will be leading at least 99, but after that treble, we'll be hoping for more. Think it could be a maximum. Just goes wide, and that is not great because that means that he's going to have to find 2 trebles in a double. If he just stayed straight there, could have just been a treble and the bullseye.
26.
Sven Geiger's not left to finish though, so Belmont will have 6 at 146. High first dart. Can he just come down from that? We'll probably want to find a treble here, otherwise could be a bit of pressure. Okay. Sven Geiger's still got a chance if he can put in a ton or a ton 40 here. Wearing the signature Evolution shirt on the back with pink Svenny flights, all customised. Stefan Belmont, obviously sponsored by MyDarts.ch, who are the title sponsors of this tournament, and obviously Loxley, who are his darts manufacturer. Doesn't go for single 18 in the ball. Chooses to set up, says to Sven Geiger, you're not going to take out 140. What do you say to that, Sven? He can't take it out. We'll just be looking to set it up. Good marker for the treble 20, but can't find it. Interesting here. Belmont will have another 3 darts at double. Doesn't need the 7 like he did last leg. Just needs the 1 this time. We have MyDarts.ch's CEO announcing this game. As we see our first 180 of the final to Stefan Belmont. Got 5 into the 9 darter in our semi-final.
Can he go a little bit further than that and put us in back-to-back 180s? Great darts here from Sven Geiger. Can he follow up with a 180? No, he can't. Just a 140. Belmont can't follow it up with another treble 20. Just the single. It's a good guide for the treble 20 there. 100 points in front on his own throw here. I'm assuming the players' averages will shoot up at the end of this leg after some good, steady treble hitting. Geiger finding another treble there. Puts the scores level and the legs level once again. 261 apiece. Treble 20, yes, should be good for a second one. I think he'll find a second one. He does find a second one. Leaves him on 1-2-1. Assume he will go the aggressive route should Geiger leave himself on a finish. Will need a treble, obviously, to leave himself on a finish. Doesn't leave himself on a finish. I think he might go for the 25 first dart. A lot of professionals like to do that to get themselves under 100. Okay, chooses to stay on the treble 20. We'll just be looking for a treble and single to leave himself on a double. 64 left. Not the worst leave. Would have probably best to use that outer bullseye to maybe get himself down to a 2-darter that's a little bit easier. Looks like it won't matter. Sven Geiger is going to be on a 2-treble double finish. Regardless, is on a 2-treble double finish. That's 134 left, I believe, for Sven Geiger. 64 for Belly. Goes for treble 16, double 8. Single 16 will leave double 16. Can he find it? Yes, he can. Great darts from Stefan Belmont there. Puts him 2-1 up on Sven Geiger. Fourth leg incoming. Sven Geiger to throw first in this one. Stefan Belmont obviously winning yesterday and very much used to the winning feeling on the SDC circuit. This season so far he's won 1, 2, 3 titles for Stefan Belmont this season by the looks of things. Maybe missing a couple more there. Sven Geiger obviously having the 2 wins as well that we mentioned previously. You can keep up to date with who's won all the games, who's won the tour events on Darts Connect and on the SDC social media. I must say their social media is very, very impressive. They obviously have some great staff that work here. The likes of Jacob Dowman on the camera obviously makes a big, big difference. Lovely bloke and very good at his job as well. Sven Geiger in control on this one, but no trouble here. Means if Belly can pile in a 2-treble visit, he's got a chance of taking this away from Geiger. Sven Geiger did a Micah Richardson burst onto the scene back last year. I missed the game when I was in Liverpool one weekend, but it was my flatmate Matt Travis who was commentating on his first game on SDC circuit. He took out a 1-5-6 finish, treble 20, treble 20, double 18. The only way to go on a 1-5-6. The only way you can go on a 1-5-6. Belmont will be looking for another treble to make his finish slightly easier. Can't quite find it. I mean, Geiger probably will have 6 at this. Can he go in between those 2 darts and find one? No, he can't. So not an easy finish if he comes back. When he comes back. Belly with the 58 there. Leaves him only on 92. Geiger will go for the bullseye though. Should he find a treble? Doesn't find a treble though, so just have to set it up here. Treble 18 is the play. For double 8, okay. Goes back up to the treble 20.
Yep.
Goes the bullseye aggressive route, so that's 42 left for Belmont. The single 10 and double 16. Finds it. 92 checkout from Belmont. 3-1 lead. This is where, and this is why Belmont is the best player in Switzerland. Sven Geiger, if he was playing the likes of Schötz, Groudens, Walpen, might have got a sniff there. Doesn't get a sniff against Belmont. The thing that I'm so impressed with Belmont is he knows how to do it at the right times. He always finds a way to get those doubles, get that trebles in the bed at the right times. Geiger's not bad at doing it. Schötz is not bad at doing it. Walpen's not bad at doing it, but they're not quite Belmont. Just the 85. Uncharacteristic slips from Sven Geiger into single 5 here. Marcel Walpen watching along this game. Lovely to have you back, Marcel.
57.
Fingers crossed we can see you win another one of these tournaments very soon. I was very impressed considering it was your first game back this weekend. See, for those of you that don't know, Marcel Walpen had a broken arm. So was in a cast for a while, but is now back again.
42.
Belly is so cool and composed here. Remember, lots of money on this one. £1,000 for the winner.
96.
Just a mere 500 for runner-up. Good darts from Sven Geiger on the treble 18 there. 126. 248 apiece now. Belly will probably maybe switch over to that 18s. No, stays on the treble 20. Very, very, very good at finding the treble 20 when the first dart is slightly low. Geiger's staying on that 18s, not feeling that confident on the 20s clearly.
58.
One thing with Geiger's throw relative to Belmont is it's not inducive to following the dart. If that first dart is above the treble 20 bed, not great at finding it below. He's more of a stacker than he is an understacker. Belmont leaving 92 again. Wouldn't put it past him to take it out. Going to be under some pressure though. Geiger on 110 with one dart left.
100.
Leaves himself on 90. Belmont, I'm assuming, will go for the ball route again, seeing as he just took it out. Has to go slightly different way. Treble 17 for double 8. Okay, 17 leaves him the bullseye.
67.
Can't quite find it. So 90 left for Sven Geiger. Goes double-double. Can't quite find it. Yes, Gerard, you're right. It is in Swiss francs, not pounds. My mistake. That is my natural English interpretation that I would just straight away say pounds, but it is, of course, in Swiss francs.
21.
Uncharacteristic 3 missed darts at double for Belly, which means that Sven Geiger is on 54 and has a chance here to break back. Just choosing this 18 segment again. One dart in hand. This is a huge moment for Geiger. And he finds it. Loves the 18 segment, does Sven Geiger, and proves it there with a lovely last dart in hand dot at double. 3-2. Considering the averages in this game, I think the game's been a lot better than the averages are suggesting. It's night and day from when I first woke up this morning at 10 o'clock and was watching the group stage games, watching Mark and Helder averaging that mid-30s to now watching Stefan Belmont average 80 plus for the last couple of rounds. Stefan Belmont just slightly spraying, giving Geiger this opportunity here. Needs to make sure he stays straight. Doesn't. Is getting quite frustrated with himself. You can visibly see the sweat on Sven Geiger here.
41.
I think it's very hot in the room at the moment. It's obviously a heat wave in the United Kingdom, and I think the heat is very hot as well in Central Europe. Stefan Belmont, can he put in another 180 for us? Yes, he can. Great darts from Stefan Belmont. Sven Geiger, how do you respond? Single 20, single 20, and another single 20. Not the best. Belmont will want at least a ton here to leave a finish. Assume he will stay there. Does look very blocked. Goes for that right-hand side of the treble 20 bed. Can't quite leave a finish. Geiger sat on 300. Okay, just the 44 for Geiger. Means Belmont is on 210 and is likely to get a few pops at this. I think he'll probably get 9. And good last treble there from Belmont. Surprised he switched. That leaves him 116 when he comes back. Geiger will put him under a little bit of pressure. Will he get to 116 as well? He will. So it's a 116 off. Will he, the player, pop this finish? Needs treble 20 and double 18. Wow, that's an uncharacteristically low dart from Belmont. Bit of pressure now on Belmont because he's on 76, which is not a gimme. Geiger on 116 first. We know he loves that double 18. Just needs a single and treble 20 to get a pop at it. Not spray into 5. That dart has gone in at a horrendous angle as well. Must have just come out of the hand all wrong. Oh, I don't like that. Throwing the darts away. Belmont's not on a guaranteed finish here. And he's only hit 13, which means he's going to have to hit a ton plus when he comes back. The heat is getting to him. And if Belmont doesn't hit this, he'll look like a right fool. But Belmont does hit it. Ruthless tops hitter is Stefan Belmont. Ruthless hitter on any segment, really. Sven Geiger getting slightly confused as to whose turn it is to throw. It is, of course, Stefan Belmont. Can Belly find an opening ton? He can indeed. Who's everyone supporting? Leave it in the comments below. Both players previous winners on the SDC circuit, as I mentioned. Belmont had slightly more success and obviously more global success on the PDC circuit as well. For all of you that haven't watched the SDC before, the SDC is an inclusive community for anyone to participate in their tournaments. 128 players every weekend that they play their tournaments. On one tournament on the Saturday, one tournament on the Sunday. Play 3 group stage games minimum. And if you get out of the group, you are then in the top 64. If you win 1 knockout round, you are then in the prize money section of the draw. So anything from beyond there is prize money. But beware, you will have to play the likes of Stefan Belmont, Sven Geiger, Marcel Wolpen, Andy Bless, who can all cause trouble and stop you taking home that big money. But it's been great for the growth of Schötz darts, as we've seen this year with Stefan Belmont making his debut on the Euro Tour, winning 2 games this year on the Euro Tour, sorry, not his debut. And we've seen the likes of a few other internationals come over for these tournaments. Dennis Nilsson from Sweden came over, didn't have success on the SDC circuit. And Liam Mendel-Lawrence. Liam was surprised at how high the standard was on the SDC circuit. Lots of players causing him some problems this weekend. But it was Felix Schötz that was the man that undid him today. Stefan Belmont. Shanghai. Can he find tops? He can't. Just the ton. So that means that Sven Geiger is going to have to put in really a 140 or a 180 really to get anywhere near. Starts on the 17s to get rid of that 1. Then there's a treble 20. So he's going to be on a reasonable finish should Belmont miss. It's going to be 130. Seen him reel in the big fish. Now he's left himself the little fish. Okay, Belly's going to have to be careful here. I think he'll split here and go 2-4-4. Doesn't. Chooses to attack the double 5. So, Sven Geiger, how are your nerves? This is where you can differentiate the men from the boys. And Sven Geiger, once again, on a combination finish, has slipped into single 5, costing him any chance of checking out. So Belmont, double 10. Goes inside again. Now it's going to get a little bit shaky. But this time, pins double 5. Mutters under his breath. I think deep down he'll be very much relieved. Sven Geiger currently averaging 10 points below what he's been averaging all day. 83 is average for the day. Currently only averaging 73 in this one. Will be slightly disappointed with his performance. But his darting reputation is growing. His darting confidence is growing. And I'm sure he'll be back with vengeance in a couple of weeks' time for our next SDC circuit. Myself and my former co-commentator Matt Travis will be participating in later this year in November in Zurich. We're very excited for that one. We've played twice before on the SDC circuit. Haven't quite had the success of these players, but have made it to a quarter-final myself. And it's great fun. The tournaments are all very professionally set up. Definitely Belmont, if you can put in a 140 or a 137 here, puts himself 100 points in front. You think if he breaks the throw of Geiger here, that he's going to do it 7-2. Geiger has started to really lose it. A sprayed. I mentioned earlier in the tournament that he hasn't been spraying into single 5 at all, really. And now he can't stop. Makes such a difference when Belmont's playing these tournaments. He really is a step above everyone else. On Barry Nelson's shirt earlier, it says the boys are back in town. Well, I think Belly's got a message to say that Belly's back in town now. And he's going to come home with a weekend double by the looks of things. Maybe I'm speaking too soon, but I think he's just a little bit too good. And he's got that mental strength that a lot of the other players don't have. Treble 17 here will leave him on double top. Incredible darts from Belmont. Sets himself up nicely here. Doing the right things at the right moments. Geiger putting in a 95 there. Not quite enough. So Belly, double top. Finds it. Takes that 6-2 lead. And one leg away from victory. Here we go. Can he start off strongly? Getting the rear view this time. Quite an interesting camera angle. You can see the flight of the darts. Lots of players have lots of different flight paths. Notice that Peter Wright sway in the air quite a lot. Belly seems to go very straight. I always think that's a sign of a good throw.
140.
They always say that when you learn how to play darts that you should keep your arm at a right angle and follow through. And Belly's is that exact throw. Puts his dart just below his eye line so he can see the flight of the dart going into the board. And they go in deadly straight. Both Geiger and Belmont have slightly different positions on the hockey. Geiger slightly to the left-hand side. Belly slightly to the right-hand side, / more central. Geiger is 80 points in front, but Belly's taken a huge chunk of that. I think that's with a ton 40 there. So Geiger will need to put in at least a 91 here to leave himself on a finish. Belly is on the cusp of bringing home SDC Tour event number 8.
100.
Geiger first to a finish, 161 left. But if Belly can put in a ton or more, you'd think that he is the one to beat this leg. Can he find a dart from there? Goes 17's last dart, didn't like the lie. So 144 left for Belly, 161 for Geiger. Seen him pop the 170 earlier today, but can't see him pop the 161.
97.
But leaves himself quite handy on 64. Belmont will have the first pop at 144. That's perfect for another one. Can he find it? Yes, he does. Double 12 for SDC Tour Event 8.
132.
Got a little bit too excited there and just dragged it low. Geiger has to hit 64 to stay in the game. Goes double-double. Fan favourite. Oh, double 8.
56.
Finds the first double perfectly. Second double, not so much. Lauren nods his head in the back. Knows that it's disappointing. But Belmont on double 6 to win SDC Tour Event 8. Perfect guide. Surely he's using those. No, he can't. They're 3 on the wire. Sven Geiger loves double 18 and double 4. I think you'll find this. He loves this kind of area on the dartboard. And he does. First dart in hand. Belly shakes his head. Knows that he's had a slight mess up. But I think he knows all too well how to win from these positions. So I don't think he'll be too concerned. Can Belmont win his 4th event of the year? Currently, we've had 7 events. Belmont has won 3. Geiger has won 2. Liam Mendel Lawrence has won 1. Who has won the other one? Let me have a quick look. And obviously, Marco Obst from Germany. How could I forget the opening weekend?
22.
Can Belly make it number 8 and number 4 for himself? Last year we saw 5 different winners in Marcel Walpen, Stefan Belmont, Jochen Groudens, Rocco Fulciniti and Patrick Ganter. This year we have had 4 winners so far, and it's going to stay that way after this weekend. Let me know who you guys think is going to win the next SDC Tour event. Who's going to be the next new winner? My prediction is Felix Schötz. I think he's a very, very talented individual who's going to go far in the game of darts. Watching him today, watching his numbers, watching his throw in important legs is really impressive. I think if he can mentally get himself together, I think he'll be on the Euro Tour stage in the next year or so. As Belly looks to put in another maximum. Can't quite find it, but a ton 40 will probably be enough. Over 100 points in front on the Geiger throw. Great first dart from Geiger, great second dart. Can he find his first max of this game? No, he can't. Just a 140. But Belmont, if he can hit a treble or even keep 3 straight, he'll be first to a finish. How handy will he leave it though?
84.
A bit of spray at the end. I think that's 134 left. So we'll require 2 trebles or even treble 18, double top, double top. Will he finish it off in style? Okay, goes treble 17, treble 17 for double 16.
90.
Hits 94, leaves himself on tops. How will Geiger fare on the 1-2-4 checkout? Can he keep his hopes of winning this title alive? Treble 18 and the ball, the only route, and he can't find it.
58.
So, here we go. Stefan Belmont, 3 darts in hand. I don't think he's going to miss any more. Finds it in the middle of the bed, middle of double top. 7-3 win for Stefan Belmont. This man keeps on winning. Incredible darts from Stefan Belmont all day. I think from the start of the day, me and Matt said that we thought he was probably going to win, and he does. Smiles, happy for Belly. He's a lovely lad and does so well every time on the SDC circuit. He really is dominating. Every time he's played, he has won. Will someone be able to stop Belly next time in SDC Tour Event 9?
you'll have to wait until then to find out. Thanks very much for listening, and good night.
Also 144, nicht 104 hat jetzt schon, aber doppelt zurück geht jetzt nicht so gemacht. Das ist einfach, doppelt zurück kannst du jetzt nicht so Mathe machen. Das ist einfach nicht so schwierig. Aber nicht, wenn es um einen Tausiger geht. Aber nicht, wenn es um einen Tausiger geht. Ja, mathematisch ist das viel. Ja, hat die schon mal gesagt, wieso probierst du überhaupt? 18 doppelt 5.
Hey, wer gerne jetzt das Bier wegmacht, halt, muss jetzt nicht unter das rausnehmen. Wer jetzt ein kaltes Bier noch möchte, der müsste jetzt eins beziehen. Also Desperados hat es nicht mehr eiskalt, aber es sind auch kalt. Bier ist eiskalt.
Was, der schießt wieder an den ganzen Tag verbraucht.
Also Wasser und Bier.
Adios, Babys. ist egal, scheißegal, wer spielt. Der kann meistens nicht gegen mich spielen. Schon schnell.
Oh, leckt's mich doch.
Das ist keine Idee zurück.
Handlieblich.
Ja, ist die Runde da? Du wolltest es nicht haben? Hä? Du bist auch. Ja, das kommt von der SDC Tour. Nein, das ist hier.
Schon wieder gewonnen. Oh je.
Kriegst du jetzt wohl ein Tablet geschenkt? Das ist schon geil. Hast du dich? 60 Jahre lang? Ja, schon vor 12 Jahren. Hast du es abgeschnitten? So. Sag's doch nicht falsch. Aber jetzt sagt er. Ja. Hey,
Da wäre noch etwas zum Optimieren.
Ich gegen Tablet-Halterin.
Hinter dem Livestream und dafür kannst du das Publikum ein bisschen zeigen. Wirst du die dann noch schauen, wenn ich das und die sind ein paar nicht rum.
Also im Prinzip müssen es halt wie so schräg hinten dran hocken, dass man es dann irgendwie kann sehen. Die Barmen hat man es ja schon gesehen. Aber ein Sichtbild fände ich nicht wahr.
Das ist halt so typisch, wenn da im Hintergrund. Aber jetzt glaube ich, heute hat es so gerechnet, dass ich nicht sehe. Aber wenn alles so ist im Hintergrund, dann.
Ja, aber das ist scheiße.
Aber zwischen.
Ja, absolut. Eben Livestream ist eh das Thema, wo noch
Was ist denn mit dem Shorty los? Kein Bock mehr. Ja, wir haben es
gezeigt, dass man immer noch
hä?
Hey, nicht mit Quatsch,
Also nein, das... Also, ich sag's mal so, er hat erstens halt auf seinen Stream so eine Wirkung denken. Also er denkt halt, es ist schon noch deutlich mehr zu. Und ich muss sagen, er hat jetzt nicht... Also, ich finde, ich kommentiere, tun es fast cooler.
Ja.
Also ich würde sagen, ich bin euphorischer wie er. Er hat coole Lust.
Ja, aber wenn du kommentierst, ich kann nicht kommentieren. Ja? Nein, was Kommentar ist schon wichtig, finde ich.
Absolut, aber ich finde, du musst auch euphorisch sein.